project for preservation, and they have a link on their website to nominate. If I can find nominate a project, and it's a simple Google form for nomination, which is good because I think last year people wanted to nominate but didn't know a whole lot about the project. It was just like neighbors that were like, "Oh, I like that." But so if you go to the website, you can certainly submit your nominations for that.
And Candace, what is the deadline for submission again?
Oh, let's go back. March 1st by 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to add that last year I had the privilege of nominating the Wadsworth Estate. They did win one of the preservation awards, and I would encourage my colleagues to nominate any of those applications that have come through that you're really excited about. It's wonderful to get positive feedback. We're always, looking at applications and, talking about what needs to be changed. But I think seeing as how we do that, it would be wonderful to also talk about who's doing it well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Parati. Our workshop item today is the at-large seat. This is formerly Phil Goodwin's seat, is now available, and we have 5 applicants, one of whom is in our audience, Sean Sullivan, I believe. Raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Sullivan is here. And the commission, I believe we sent this out to you, but each of the applicants have submitted their application online and is here for review. Next month's meeting we're going to have a packed workshop. So it would be best if the commission can have a discussion about the applicants at today's meeting, but you do not need to vote until next meeting. You can vote at this meeting or next meeting. So these are all 5 of the applicants. I think, yes, Mr. Sullivan is the only one that has come in person.
Yeah, and I would like to ask the commissioners, I think we, as Candace mentioned, we received the submissions and the applications. And curious if, I know in the past, other commissioners have any feedback or any experience or would like to speak to any of the candidates that did, applicants that applied. Commissioner?
I had the privilege of working with Sean Sullivan for a period of time. He's a wonderful real estate broker. And he also not only showed up today, I think some of our best commissioners have, before they joined the commission, sat through an entire meeting. So I think that shows a lot of commitment from the start. But he also reached out to just get feedback. So he's clearly out there doing his research and trying to find out how to be an asset to this body. And so I just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati.
And Commissioner Bell?
I have worked with Corey Mickerson, so he was unable to be here today. He came to a meeting, I think before the end of the year, last year. But Corey's grew up in Charlotte. It's been a long time resident, lives in Greenville, has seen like the change of parts of Charlotte. He's a developer, or I guess developer. He actually did my house. So that's how we interacted with each other. And so, yeah, just being able to, he's a GC. That's what, not necessarily developer. He's a GC. So has the information from a building standpoint or the context.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Any other candidate? Oh, Commissioner.
I just have a question. We have vacant seats other than this one?
Yes, but we did not receive any applications for those seats at this time.
Okay, this is our only at-large seat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if are there any other, look, you have a question, Commissioner Walker?
Oakland Park, Hermitage Court, and Fourth Ward.
So 4 vacancies, 1 at large. So 4 vacancy, 1 at large.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, now's the time that we will want to talk through this. If there are any other comments, thoughts, any discussion, because as mentioned, we will have a packed workshop next meeting, and we will need to actually vote by next meeting. So we can vote today, but we will need to vote by next meeting and have the discussion this meeting, because next month will be pretty busy. Commissioner Walker?
Where is this? Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, it is?
Email. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Sounds like we need more time. Yeah, I know, I didn't see this one.
And Commissioner I was about to call you Sullivan. Commissioner Wojcik.
I was gonna ask the same question, so I
Okay.
did not see that information.
So how about we do this? We take the time and kind of review the applications a little more closely, but we come prepared to vote on next month. Is that okay? Does that sound good to everyone? Okay, I see heads nodding.
Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for joining us in the room.
Thank you. I think we'll break until 1 PM and start the meeting.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Welcome back to the February 14th HDC meeting. Madam Chair, if you had something
Yes.
you'd like to say?
Thank you, Candace. Before we get started, we did have candidates for the at-large seat for HGC Commissioner, and we do have one applicant in the room, Mr. Sean Sullivan. So Commissioners, did anyone have any questions for Mr. Sullivan that you wanted to ask while we had him here?
Would you like to say something yourself?
If he could please come up to the microphone, he doesn't need to be sworn in, but just so that everyone also listening to us online can hear his remarks.
Sounds good. And you would just turn it on by making, pressing the button until it turns green.
All right, I think, there we go. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for considering my application to the Historic District Commission. For the past 8 years, I've been a Charlotte resident. And prior to that, I lived in San Francisco for 20 years in the Haight-Ashbury. I was born and raised in Massachusetts and Connecticut. And throughout my life, I've been fortunate to be surrounded by examples of the built environment that benefited from preservation through historic district protections, National Register of Historic Place listings, or both. Last year, I became a full-time historic preservation graduate student at the Boston Architectural College. And I did so after working in real estate brokerage and development for almost 20 years. I am now in my second semester and look forward to applying my prior professional experience and graduate studies to a career that balances the needs of our community with principles and design standards that protect and enhance our neighborhoods. The important work of this commission, informed by the Secretary of the Interior standards and Charlotte Historic District standards, is not simply historic preservation for the sake of the built environment in the 7 districts, but an effort to retain the community's culture and vibrancy that makes these places of memory as well as living, breathing neighborhoods that maintain qualities that every Charlottean wants for their city, their neighbors, and their families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I guess while we have him, did anyone have any questions? I want to start by saying thank you so much for that, those words for us. And thank you for joining us here in person. And what you shared definitely speaks to the seriousness and your commitment and your interest in joining the Historic District Commission here in Charlotte and all of your experience. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair, if you'd like to start.
Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the February 14th, 2024 meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:03 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Baer, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using their remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be a slight delay as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices, and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the meeting, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HGC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HGC design standards. The HGC may question the applicant and HGC staff members. HGC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HGC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HGC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HGC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HGC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Before we get into the agenda items, can we get a vote on last month's minutes? January minutes.
Commissioners, did anyone review the minutes for January?
Okay, well, maybe we move those to next month.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, the first consent item is 2315 Charlotte Drive. It's for an addition. This is a reaffirmation of a project that was approved at the January 18th, 2023 meeting. It was approved with the following conditions listed A through E on page 1. The applicant did provide a current conditions images. Oops, sorry. As well as a site plan on page 11, and then existing and proposed on pages 13, 14, 15, a detail on 16, floor plans on 17 and 18, and the final existing and proposed on page 21. Staff is recommending approval with the previous conditions.
All right. Commissioners, anyone?
Madam Chair, we received an email earlier when we received the agenda about potential conflicts of interest, and I was wondering if there were any recusals on this particular case. I believe Mr. Taylor?
I emailed you before, after I reviewed this, I have not seen this, I have not had any comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, any concerns with this remaining on the consent agenda? Commissioner Wojcik?
Well, can I just ask a question? Nothing changed since the last approval, correct?
Nothing has changed.
I didn't think, okay.
No.
Thank-
This is a reaffirmation. Their COA lapsed.
Okay.
Just a reminder that we need to turn on our mics when we're talking. Candace is in on the other side telling us she can't hear us.
Madam Chair, it seems like we have two unknown callers. It may not be for this case, but if you would like, we can.
Okay.
Unknown callers, if you've called in for case 2315, can you please state your name and address? Okay. I guess they are not calling about this case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, commissioners, if there's no concern with this remaining on the consent agenda, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve this project. It is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for the new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6 windows, 4.14 numbers 1 and 6, doors and windows 6.15 numbers 2, 3, and 4, additions 6.20 numbers 1 through 7, and masonry 5.5 numbers 2 and 4.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitlock. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion?
Do we need
Madam
to?
Chair,
Oh.
prior to your final vote and determination, I believe that staff had made the recommendation to the board that if you were to approve the application, to approve it subject to the previously approved conditions, if that's something that the commission wants to consider in their motion.
Do we consider that a friendly amendment?
Like they're approving what was previously approved, and the previously approved portion was in fact those conditions.
For the sake of clarity and just ensuring that the record is clear, I would recommend that, but it's up to the board if you want to add that language.
Sure, I'll add that. The conditions of the previously approved project are to remain in effect.
Okay, Commissioner Walker. All right. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Sorry, thank you. That next application is 1913 Cleveland Avenue. This is also a reaffirmation for a demolition. This case is an outlier and not typically would staff put this application for a demolition on a consent agenda However, when this project was approved the first time, it was approved in December of 2020 with the commission voting that it does not have special significance towards the character of the district. And the commission also waived the 90 days for new construction. This project also has an active new construction approval on site. The building was a 1990s cinder block structure, as can be seen in page 6. So we're just trying to get an affirmation for to reaffirmate the original COA, which the COA was issued and extended, but since the applicants went through extensive new construction plans, those COA lapsed.
Right. Thank you. Commissioners, I want to reiterate, this is a little bit of an extenuating circumstance for this to be on the consent agenda as a demo, but I think Candy did a great job of recapping on what the circumstances were. I mean, ideally, ordinarily, this would not be on the consent agenda, but because of the lapse in time for the new construction, it did cause the COA to lapse for the demolition. So we are just reaffirming that. Any concerns with this remaining on the consent agenda, commissioners? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. Again, due to the lack of historic significance of this building, I would like to approve the reaffirmation of the demolition as it meets the standards for demolition 9.2.
Right.
Second.
All right, it's been approved, it's been moved by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Our next application is 2127 La Plaza. It's for an accessory structure, a single vehicle carport with shed behind. The proposed materials are to be traditional to match existing, or traditional, I should say, with details to match the main house. We have plans on page. I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Seems like the computer is out of memory. Let me try to pull it up on the website. Okay. Okay, we have a site plan on page 11. Proposed site plan on page 12. These are the details, drawings for the main house, and the details on the accessory should match the main house. And this is on page 16, the proposed accessory structure, as well as on page 17. And a detail on page 18. And again, staff recommends approval with conditions listed on page 2 and 3 of the staff memo.
All right, any concerns keeping this on the consent agenda, commissioners?
We have one unknown caller.
Okay,
Unknown caller, if you could say your name and address and tell us if you're calling in about project 2127 The Plaza. Okay, thank you.
all right, Commissioner Walker?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
The side yard setback is 3 feet on this accessory structure. Is that okay?
Accessory structures can be to 3 feet. If they're dwelling units, they would move to 5 feet.
Thank you.
All right. And I didn't hear any concerns with this staying on the consent agenda. All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this application, based on that it meets the design standards for a accessory structure 8.1. And that the applicant work with staff regarding the material details, the beam details, and the window trim detail, as well as the windows and door manufacturer and material.
Just a couple of standards,
Uh,
size 8.10, any others? Material 6.18.
Here. 6.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion?
Can we just lump in all staff's recommendations under item 2, and the staff recommendation A through C, to cover all of the points that they mentioned? And I think obviously referencing chapter 6 as well for new construction.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor, are you good with that?
I am.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Okay, our next case is 1926 Ewing Avenue. It's a accessory structure, fenestration changes and addition on the rear of the main structure. The accessory structure can be seen on page 16. And 17. The window change can be seen on page 13. It's this window change on the existing right elevation. And then the open porch can also be seen on pages 13. Right down here. And then also on page 14, the rear, and it can be seen to on the front elevation, you can see the chimney, and then they're also asking for a solar tube on the front. The chimney is what kicked this to the commission. Typically, staff could approve a rear porch addition.
All right. I just have to say, I would love for this to be a retreat item when there's like minimal visibility from the street, something like this, that it can be staff approved, but commissioners, any concern with this being on the consent agenda?
No, I have a question. Is that?
Yep, Commissioner Bell?
So, for the second part with the gable vent to the egress, this might just be for my clarification. So on 4.14, number,
6.
yes. Well, that's the question. So it's avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevation. So I'm trying, how is that not making a new opening?
I think this is a little bit misunderstood. On the roof plan, sorry to jump the gun. On the roof plan and I think the side elevation, it shows it on the back slope of the front gable. It's not facing the street.
No, it is. It's right there. It's quite visible when you drive. We're talking about the gable vent on towards the front, no? Yeah?
Oh, I thought we were talking about this only two. My bad.
Oh, yeah. So it's the gable vent. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have a problem with this application, except for that. I agree with you, Commissioner Bell. That was a sticking point for me, just because it is so visible. So I would love to hear what the architects or builders have to say about that as it relates to our standards. So those standards that Commissioner Bell, the standard that you brought up is in the windows section. This is a gable vent. I would be willing to let it go if they're enlarging the opening. I'm not quite sure why an exception should be made for that particular thing.
So it sounds, oh, and Commissioner Wojcik also has a question?
I just wanted to say that in the past, we have approved them when they've been kind of behind chimneys and on the side elevation, because we've had this discussion before.
This one is right there.
Okay,
It's quite visible.
okay.
We have approved window changes for egress in the past. Typically, we do a casement that looks like a double hung in order to get egress. So maybe if
And I'd be willing to bless that. I just really, in the interest of playing fair, when we've made those changes, have they been as visible as this window is? Because I don't know how many of you got to go to the site, but it's quite visible. It's right there.
and I do believe we have done visible ones in the past.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that we include in our motion language pertaining to why we're allowing this.
Well, I want to,
Madam Chair, just a question for the board to get an idea for where you're going. Is the intention to remove this item from the consent agenda and have the applicants speak a little bit on the concerns raised by Commissioner Parati? I believe they are available, but if not, just to make sure that whether or not this is staying on the consent agenda.
that was my next comment. Because I do want to be sensitive to the concerns of the commission. And if a commissioner wants this off of the consent agenda, then that's what we should do and allow the applicant to answer any questions that we might have or concerns that we may have. So commissioners, Commissioner Parati, would you like this off of the consent agenda?
I want to give credit to Commissioner Bell, who actually raised this point first. I completely agree with her. Yes, please, just so it's on the record.
Just when you're done, I'll make a comment.
I'm done.
So in general, windows are a key design factor in what we discuss and vote on. And I haven't been by the site, but it strikes me as appropriate in this plan view or this elevation view to change from a vent to a window. I don't see where it's other than the physical change where it's incongruous with what we discuss.
According to 4.14, number 6, making an opening larger, changing it is against our standards. So I have no problem with blessing it, but we just need to add language to say why we're going against the standards that we have.
Okay, so
Just to back up, are we taking this off the consent agenda or no?
It sounds like we are.
We are, okay, we are not taking this case number 4 it is, I believe, off of the consent agenda. So do we have the applicant to come and,
I believe the applicant is in the room.
okay, yeah.
Hello. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
And you've been sworn in, Angie?
Yes, I have
Thank you.
been sworn in.
Angie, we have concerns about the gable vent. Will you speak to that for us, please? Just because our standard says one thing and it really has to do with windows, but this is an opening that will turn into a window and it's being enlarged. And it's quite visible from the street because I did go to look at the house. You have history with us. So can you explain to us how we can bless this and still keep it consistent for other people who we would not bless it for? Why is it an exception?
Sure. So this is a part of the original house, and there is a gable vent there. In order to not add to the square footage of the roof or add to the volume of the roof, the space internally has become a bedroom. And it's attic space right now. And in order to get an egress window, we need that vent to transition to some type of egress form. Now, having said that, depending on the size of the vent, which is smaller, there are egress windows that can be made as a casement to look like a double hung for egress. We just need a little bit more than the vent because there are minimum requirements for egress windows on the second floor. And it needs to meet the 5.7 square feet minimally of opening. So what we have is a double hung, but we can make it just a little bit smaller, but it has to be a little bit bigger than the existing vent. So in order to capture some of the square footage existing under roof, we need that window.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Angie, do you think that there's other examples of houses that are of this style that have windows in that location versus just having an attic vent?
Well, stylistically, yes, there are other homes on Ewing that have windows in the gables, even within the 360-degree view of Ewing. While we didn't provide examples because we felt pretty confident that it would be approved, but there are other examples on the street on Ewing.
There's one right across the street from that house that has the window in the gable.
Okay, Kim, there's another house across the street
There you go.
that has a gable window. So it is not an uncommon feature, and we're not asking it to be any taller than the windows below. Actually, it's quite subordinate to the windows below, but in keeping with the house. Now, I will say on the other side, we are keeping the gable vent. We are not changing the gable vent on the left side elevation. And the other, coming before the commission, the chimney is so minimally visible. Only in two-dimensional drawings is it visible because perspectively, it would not be seen, but two-dimensionally is, so.
Thanks, Angie.
You're welcome.
Other questions for the applicant?
I just want to say that we have approved situations like this before as a commission, and staff can look up those addresses and give them to the commission at a later date if that would help.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, Candace, were there specific reasons why staff approved it?
I think the commission has approved it.
Or were there specific reasons that we can maybe apply to this?
I think it was pretty much a similar case to this one where they were trying to add square footage in a walkable attic and then needed egress.
And so in order to keep from having to expand the roof or go up,
Correct.
this is the
Alternative.
yes, okay, thank you.
And it can be a casement to bring down the size if it meets egress to look like a double hung.
Casement.
Just for the record, it still needs to meet the second floor egress code.
And we could have the applicant work with staff on the size of that
Absolutely.
window. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close for deliberation. I think we are very close to a motion because we understand the circumstances and that this is to meet egress. Commissioner Parati just mentioned that in other cases, or based on what Candace mentioned, that in other cases, we just need to make sure we include the reasons if we are going in the direction of allowing this. But I will ask commissioners, do you have any other questions, thoughts? Commissioner Wojcik?
I would just like to ask Angie to explore this kind of smallest casement and see if there's possibility to work within the existing opening, and if not, just minimize it so that it meets egress from a code standpoint. That would be my request.
Agreed. I think you kind of made a motion, but
Well, what does Kim think?
I agree with you.
okay.
Miss Parati, sorry.
Any other thoughts that are different, or do we have a motion?
I would like to hear Commissioner Bell's thoughts.
Yes, I'm fine with that. I saw it in the standard, and so the explanation of the reason helps at least make it make sense in my mind on why we would do something that was not what the standard said.
Commissioner?
Yeah, and just as I understand it, that reason being is that the applicant is able to claim second floor space they would otherwise not be able to claim. And they are also not having to change the second floor, roof form, all of that of this home by merely switching a vent out to a small exitable window, right? That's,
That was perfectly
what's
said.
happening.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
I'll second that once
There
you
you go. Say it again.
do it as a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as requested. Considering the fact that the commission makes an exception to the change of event to a window in this case due to the circumstances of the application gaining access to a second story without changing the house's exterior
Or Ruth.
or roof form, line,
Mhm.
roof, or roof.
Mhm. I'll second that.
Can I add so I think the other piece is also in order to meet the code for the egress. And then also with the condition that the permit ready drawings are submitted to staff for final review with the conditions that are listed,
A through E.
A through E.
And I'd like to add another friendly amendment that the window be made as small as possible to keep the opening close to the original while still meeting egress. The
I'm good with all
casement.
that.
So actually, Commissioner Wojcik had something to add, so I'll let her say it.
The style of the window should be a casement. That's the type of window that needs to be installed.
A casement to look like a double hung.
The casement's gonna be what allows her to get the size, so I would say design wise, just based on what she thinks is best proportion. Which you guys get to review.
Yes.
All right. Do you accept those
Sure.
amendments?
I do.
And, okay, so the motion has been made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, prior to your voting, just wanted to confirm, did the motion include design standards to go along with it? I wasn't clear. I don't believe I heard any of them.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. We've got,
It's additions, so standard 6.20 through 6.24. Accessory buildings, 8.10. And the opening, that is the gable vent that will become a window, 4.14, number 6. Well, do we want to do 4.14, number 6, since we're making the exception to it? 4.14, number 6 talks about not making the opening, not changing the opening. Well, we can state it and then talk about why we've made the exception, which is what you did. So we're just putting the standard with it.
I guess you could do that, but the language would have to change in the motion to make it.
You said that we're making an exception because we are gaining square footage without having to affect or impact the roof.
mhm.
So exception to 4.14.6.
Mhm. Candace, is that how we should state it? Or Attorney Hewitt?
That would be the case, looking at the language of 4.14, number 6, stating that prohibition,
Mhm.
the in addition to the commission's views on this particular case, as well as staff's representation that the commission has previously approved this particular change in same or similar circumstances.
Okay, so 4.14, number 6 says that we can't. However, we've decided to make an exception because the applicant will gain square footage through a minor change as opposed to impacting the roof. Plus, there's precedent for it in the neighborhood, including right across the street.
That's good.
Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Bill.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 10-0.
Thank you, folks. I'll be back.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, our next application is 331 West West Kingston. This is for an addition. Which can be seen on pages 13 through 15. On page 13, you can see it's for a dormer addition. You can see the dormer on this side on page 13. And then on the rear, it has an existing dormer on the right elevation. And so it just is adding out the same dormer to the left elevation as seen on page 14. And then on the left elevation, they're also adding a little more section that wasn't there originally to match what they're going to do on the right side. And there's a details page on page 16. Staff recommends approval with conditions which are listed on pages 2 and 3. Specifically, condition C, that the window trim should be provided for the field of siding and should not match the main house as it is incorrect on the main structure.
And let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has recused.
I might have a conflict. Shelley and I work together.
Okay.
In what capacity do you work together?
She's a consultant for me.
Okay. Are you involved in this particular project in any way, shape, or form?
Nope.
Okay. I think outside of not having any involvement with this project, given that you are financially involved with I'm guessing one of the applicants or one of the individuals working on this particular case?
Yeah, the presenter.
Okay.
The submitter. The one that's actually listed as the applicant.
I would recommend you entertain recusing yourself from this particular case.
Sorry, I didn't think
No
about it
worries.
until we started talking.
No, absolutely no worries.
That's fine.
And just for the record, Commissioner Wojcik has recused herself from participating in the consideration of this case.
I also believe we have a couple of unknown callers on the line.
Oh, okay.
If you're an unknown caller and called in for case 331 West Kingston, can you please state your name and your interest in this case? Okay, I think we can proceed.
All right, commissioners, any concerns with this remaining on the consent agenda? Commissioner Walker?
I don't have concerns. I just can't find the front elevation.
And can
Applicant may not have provided a front elevation as nothing on the front was being affected by this. It's all below the main ridge. But I can certainly go through all of the drawings. This is the house right here on page 9. Floor plans on 10 and 11. I believe it's below the main ridge. Yes, a drawing of the main front elevation was not provided, but it is shown in a Zotwell survey on page 9.
Okay. Or is the concern its relation to the streetscape or just wanting to see what the front?
Yeah, just to know for sure that there's nothing visible without seeing the front elevation. I trust that it's not because staff says that.
Staff can also make sure that it stays below the ridge,
Yeah. Thank you.
if you'd like to add that as a condition.
That sounds like a good plan. Okay. Any other comments? If not, we can entertain a motion.
Guess I can make a motion. I move to approve this project as presented, as it is not incongruous with our guidelines and meets standards for new construction of residential buildings, Chapter 6, and would also like to reference staff's notes, number 2A through F. And side note, would ask that the applicant work with staff on the rear entry awning beam detail. As shown, I'll reference a drawing actually. As shown on drawing 1, sheet 8.
I'd like to second that.
All right, the motion has been made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Can we reference I know you said this, all right, masonry 5.5. It's in the staff, just a standard, that's all.
What, unpainted brick?
Yeah,
5, you said?
I think so. That's right.
5.8.
5.8 sounds right.
Would also like to reference section 5.8 for unpainted brick, requesting that all unpainted brick on the project, whether new or existing, remain unpainted.
Thank you, Commissioner
I'll
Barth.
second that again.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. Any further discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0. Let the record show that Commissioners Taylor and Wojcik have rejoined.
Thank you. We are moving on to case 417 Heathcliff Street, and I believe the applicant is in the room. This is a side porch enclosure and fenestration changes. I believe the fenestration changes were already approved and the case was continued for the side porch and the items listed in the staff memo. The applicant has also provided a detail of the porch enclosure on page 8 and has also provided supplement information. Martha, if you would say your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter.
Yes, I'm Martha Connerton, Connerton. My address is 1609 Nassau Boulevard, Charlotte 28205. And what else?
I believe that was it.
Okay.
You've been sworn in, correct?
I'd sworn over there, yes.
Thank you. If you would like to let me know what page you'd like to start on and you can start your presentation.
Well, that was actually probably a good page to start on. Unless the commission would like to review what we had talked about at I think it was November when I was here in the past, would it be helpful for the commission to kind of review over some of that discussion? This was carried over from that time because you wanted some more details, which is what my designer has provided there. And I had us provided a couple of other pictures this week of examples of types of windows that for your consideration. But what I presented to you in November was that there are pictures that I took of other houses in the surrounding streets in the Wesley Heights neighborhood where porches had been enclosed in a variety of different ways. Some of them were original, some of them were not original. And the discussion was just around wanting some more details as to how the framing would work and the materials that would be used. And also I want to stress to you that the pillars that are there currently will be preserved, completely preserved. And the designer has created a way to frame around them, sort of mold a frame around them, and then put in window panels in between those frames. And he wanted me to stress to you that they will be completely removable. So if at any time it was desired that it be restored to an open porch, that can be done very easily. So my reasons for wanting to enclose the porch, excuse me, yeah, are that with the, it would really greatly enhance the interior livability of the house if that could be like an all-season room. And with the summers that keep getting hotter and the, the bugs getting buggier, that it would really be a much more usable space, usable porch than if it were open. And there's also, it's right on a shared driveway with the house next door, which is a very large house that has about, I think about 6 or 7 living units in it. So there's a lot of traffic coming and going in and out of that house. And it would be much less noisy and a lot more private if that porch could be enclosed. So what I would like to ask is that we can frame in some windows around that porch and also a door at the front because there's a stoop at the front of the house that would have a door. And you can see, yeah, these are just some examples of if you preferred more of like a vertical pane that you could really see into the porch, so it would seem more open, you know, rather than on the drawings, there were like double panels. So I just wanted to give you some options for different kinds of windows to consider. I tend to sort of lean toward that one on the left with the smaller panels at the bottom, but the vertical ones. I just think it's a look that seems to me a little more consistent with the character of the house, in my opinion. But there also could be completely open panels where you could literally just see right into the porch as though it were open. And the plans, you'll see that it's more like a double window, you know, bottom and a top window. So I'm not really sure if, and they would obviously be all wood frame with materials that are consistent with the other windows on the house. We are adding, there are vinyl windows on the house currently, and we'll be removing those and replacing them with wood frame windows that meet the specifications of the staff recommendations for those windows. So the materials that will be used around the framing would be consistent with that wood framing. So I don't really know what else to say. I guess I'll just, you know, if you have questions or.
I believe we have 4 unknown callers on the line.
Okay.
Callers, if you've called in for 417 Heathcliff Street, could you please say your names and your interest in this case? Okay, thank you.
So, is it Martha?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Question for you. You mentioned removable, and I'm curious if what you meant by that. Are you saying that once the porch is enclosed, if the porch is enclosed, that it could be removed at some point? Or are you saying the actual windows themselves or panes of windows themselves are in fact removable as you are utilizing the space?
No,
Can
no.
you clarify?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant that if someone wanted to restore the porch to its original state
Okay.
and have it be an open porch again, all of that framing would be very easily removed.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that it would be something that we would be doing on like a daily basis. I think I'll take the window out today. Yeah, so yes, that's what was meant by that.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that. Commissioner Faradi?
I just have the spirit of a former commissioner, Damon Rumpsch, in my head. And Damon always talked about the importance of our open porches because they were indicative of the times in which they were built, right? It was about community. It was about being able to say hi to your neighbor. I understand you might not want to say hi to all of your neighbors. However, it is a challenge because on that street alone, the porches are open. Yours would be the only one that's closed off. Then I turn to our standards, 4.8, number 1, retain porches that are critical to defining the design and integrity of the historic district. Keep porches open to provide shade and reduce heat gain during warm weather. Then number 4, avoid enclosing porches on a primary elevation or alter a front porch that reorients the entrance away from the street elevation. Porch enclosures are evaluated on a case-by-case basis with context being a significant factor. Along East Boulevard, they're enclosed. Those are commercial businesses. On Heathcliff, not so much. And so I want to give you a chance to speak to that again, because I think I brought this up in November.
Yes.
And why should an exception be made?
Yeah, I would like to answer that. Well, times have changed and and there are really, the house next door, I think, is mainly one of the concerns, that there's a lot of transient traffic in and out of that house. There are Airbnb units, there are numerous people living in the units, coming and going, and there's usually quite a lot of noise there. So that house, I mean, I understand the historic value of neighbors gathering on porches. The people in that particular house that are in close proximity are not really neighbors. They're constant flow of different people. So I would say that it's unlikely that there would be gathering on that porch. It's a very small porch anyway, so it really can only fit maybe a couple of 2 or 3 chairs on that porch. So I feel that it would be much more comfortable if it could be climate controlled, because it would be cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter, and would be utilized a lot more than it would be if it were left open. In fact, I don't think it would be used much at all. Because even though there is an entrance to the house there from the driveway, there's also a front door very close to it, and we're also adding a back door. So most of the entrance would be through that back door. So I don't even think it would be used as an entrance very much, but it would be used very much on a daily basis if it could be enclosed. So it would be used all season, all year long, in all seasons. And I'm happy to invite my neighbors to come and visit me on that nice, cool, air-conditioned or heated porch, which I don't think would be used otherwise at all. So that's those are my thoughts on that. While I very, very much respect what you're talking about in terms of the traditional aspect of open porches, I do feel that in this case, it would be utilized a lot more and would be much more of a social space if it could be enclosed.
All right, other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger?
I just wanted to confirm what we decided on the last, on that second door, the door that is going to be replaced. Are you replacing that with a window? On the one that's
Oh,
down?
you mean the
on
one
same
down on the side?
elevation?
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
side.
That
Yes.
is going to be replaced with a window. That was approved at the last meeting.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out if this was a new drawing, because on the drawing,
I don't know what that is right there, but, but what will happen there?
I mean, I see it on this one. I think there
Yeah.
was another elevation.
That's actually what that is we're bricking up the bottom. That's currently a door.
Right, right,
And those stairs were approved to be, there were stairs leading up to
right.
it,
I
and
remember that part.
they were
Okay.
approved to be removed. They have been removed, and probably actually this week, they're going to be bricking up with existing brick that's on the premises. There was a lot of compatible brick on the premises. So they'll be repairing the watermark that was damaged because the landing was in front of it. So they're going to replace that, so that watermark will go all the way across the side of the house. And then they will brick up that into a window that will match the other 2 windows that are next to it.
Okay. I think I was confused by on page 4, it shows that perspective and it shows it being bricked in. Yeah,
No,
there.
no.
That's why I was just wanting to clarify
I don't know how that got
if
there.
that
but that's
changed.
not-
Okay,
no.
thank you.
So
And are there some brick steps leading up to that porch?
there are steps leading up to the porch from the front yard.
Okay, and are those going to remain?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
they will remain. So there will be a door there that accesses onto the porch from the front yard.
okay. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close for deliberation. So, commissioners, if we start with the reason this application was continued, number one, continue for additional exploration of details for the possible enclosure of side porch to provide specific information about door and window construction and/or specifications of products to be used per standard 6.15. To the, I guess, builders and architects, do we feel like we have that information in this application?
I do.
Okay,
This is the only thing we're looking at.
yes,
Just confirming that we're just looking at the porch.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification, because you're right. We talked about other things, but it's just the porch. All right, so number one is, it sounds like we have what we need there. And then the other, the second item was consideration of this project is based on the reversibility of construction per Secretary Interior Standards 2.5. So based on what we see, and it sounds like the framing is going to stay as is, or the existing framing will stay as is. We feel that this can be reversed and restored, the porch, if that time comes?
I believe so. I think that we would, it might be good to see how they propose to do it. And, but I'm certain that it can be done.
Okay.
I have a question for Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Whitlock. Please educate me. You say we have enough information on how the porch would be enclosed, but not enough information to understand how it would be removed. Could you, I don't understand how it would work. So will you share your thoughts, please?
Well, I mean, if we had a detail showing how they propose to do it, we could discuss that. There are a number of ways it could be made to be removable.
Right, I don't see it in the application, and we just said that they answered number one, and I'm coming through thinking that maybe I'm missing something, so.
Well, I think that I answered that question in that they addressed it to say that it was being designed that way. I don't see, I don't see the detail showing how that is going to be achieved.
So then it sounds like, one moment, then it sounds like perhaps we don't have number one addressed in the actual application itself.
I believe that staff could approve a technique to do it. If it was not approved, then it wouldn't be able to do it. So that would be my thoughts.
The box, is that what you?
There's enclosure details
8.
on the documents. I was just trying to find them on my computer. There are enclosure details on the submittal that they sent us that show the existing columns and then how the trim would be applied around them. And my eyes aren't good enough to see what that says. But that's the information that they provided us. Yes, that and then that section.
Mhm.
That's what they provided us to tell us how they were gonna frame it
Okay,
so that we would know what the details were, so that we would know that it would be removable.
okay.
So I think
Will you explain that to us, what you're seeing? Because I'm not quite sure how it works. I'll make that larger on mine.
so. The column that they have shown is around column, tapered column. That's in that top left corner if you're looking at the floor plan. And then that's a section that shows the elevation of the trim being attached to the column. So in the picture that's on the big screen, there is a round tapered column that is behind a bunch of little vertical lines. And those vertical lines are 2x4s or trim pieces that have been applied to a column and that are also holding the pane of glass in between it. So at the very top, that says 2x4 top plate attached to underside of existing porch beam. The bridge, the header that is up above has structural elements that allow it to span the distance from the house to the column. They are leaving that in place, and underneath that, they're applying a 2x4 to the bottom of that header. And then below that 2x4 header, they're installing an exterior grade fixed door. So they're purchasing a wood door that has glass in it that's not going to be operable, and it's going to be attached to that 2x4 piece. So they are taking pieces of lumber, attaching them to the existing structure, and utilizing those to hold the fixed door in place.
And so that door that they're putting in place is also facing the front. It's parallel to the front door.
Correct. You are looking at a section cut through it.
So we have two doors on the front elevation.
So I can't tell you that from that view. If you go back to the floor plan, I can tell you. So on the side, that is actually the top of that drawing that's on that board is the left side of the house. And that has multiple pieces of multiple fixed doors set in between 2x4s with trim around them to hold them in place on the left side of the house. On the front side, there were two smaller fixed panels of glass with one operable, I think it's an operable door in the middle of it. So on the left-hand side, there's 3 doors that are fixed that do not move, that are set in between 2x4s, which is a normal framing material for a wall. And then there's cove molding wrapped between those 2x4s and the fixed door that allow that door to stay in place.
And so the door on the front elevation is the door that you can open. It is not fixed.
Correct.
So there are 2 doors on the front elevation.
Yes, there are 2 doors on the front elevation.
Porch and one for the main
Front door.
entrance. Mhm.
Yes. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Bell?
So I see from the notes that we continued about the material and the reversibility. Are we just okay then with the point that Commissioner Parati brought up? Because that's what I also had in my notes about enclosure and the context of the design.
The neighborhood?
Yes.
The neighboring?
I am not. I am in no way okay with that. On this street, so let's look at the precedent, the pics that are included on slide.
From the previous submission?
No, it was on this one too. It was on the previous, but I think it's included here. My computer's a little slow, so bear with me. There are pictures that were, I guess, serving as precedent for why this should be allowed within Wesley Heights. First, there are pictures that are not even Wesley Heights. The other ones, 23.
I think 23.
The other ones are screened in porches. And then there's one, which was a duplex. It's on slide number 24. So 524 Grandin, that was a duplex at one point. The other ones are screened in. Plaza Midwood is not Wesley Heights. And then I don't know about 520 South Summit that's hidden behind that tree. But on this street, The porches are open. And again, I keep hearing Damon talk about the importance of paying attention to these standards that were set up for a reason. It's not just it's not just about whether or not you want those particular neighbors on your porch, but it is about the pedestrian interest of the actual house itself. It's about the context, which is again stated in our standards. And so I don't know, I ask for a reason why an exception should be made. And look, we're not all as lucky to have as good neighbors as I have, but that should not impact the house. I would love to say yes to this. And so I'm looking at the Secretary of Interior Standards and, you know, the reversibility of it. But as it stands right now, I have some serious concerns with this not meeting standards 4.8, numbers 1 and number 4.
Okay. Does any commissioner have a different opinion or interpretation of this project and standards that support it? Commissioner Wojcik?
Walnut Avenue is in Wesley Heights, right? And Summit Avenue, that's your neighborhood. Summit Avenue is in Wesley Heights.
Yeah, all the ones that are there except for are screened. And those were, well, I don't know if they were made that way. I know, yeah, the quad on, is that Walnut? Oh, Grandin. Yeah, though that was 616 Grandin. The screens, it was always screened in porches. Like I said, 524 Grandin was a duplex. So, yeah. And they're not enclosed. It is not, except for there's Summit. And I'm not sure about that one. But on Heathcliff, which is its own little dead-end street, all the porches that exist are open. The context is the open porch.
Okay. Commissioners, any other commissioners' thoughts? Commissioner Wojcik?
Sorry. I just, I would keep thinking about adaptive reuse and if I know in other neighborhoods, we've allowed the enclosure with primary glass to minimize the impact of the enclosure on the porch and not take away from the architectural design of it. But if that allows the homeowner to use that part of their home, which ultimately would keep it more consistent historically. I know we're doing an addition on the back of this house as well, so I'm just kind of talking out loud here. But I feel like, to have a part of your house that you don't use, but making a minimal change that is reversible is something that we have considered in the past for adaptable usage, reuse.
And I would just say, while those, the standards that Commissioner Parati mentioned for porches 4.8, we do have number 5. And to that point of having a new use for the space. Right now it's not being used, but the use would be for a cool, weather, temperature controlled space. And so that's where number 4, enclosure of side porches and balconies is discouraged. If enclosure of a side porch or balcony is required for a new use, the enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved.
That porch faces the front, so are we calling it a side porch when it's right there at the front elevation? I mean, there will be 2 doors on that front elevation, and we just denied something like that for someone else because we said there shouldn't be two doors on the front elevation. So again, just kind of pushing back because I want to remain consistent in the way we apply our standards. Also, we did allow for the enclosure of a porch on Woodruff. However, the street context was different than that of Heathcliff. And when we are making a judgment on something, we always take into consideration the context.
I will say the definition of this porch is a side porch, even though you can see it from the front. And the project that we did deny having the front door, that was the same front elevation. And they
That's
were
right.
rooms right next to each other. And we do have the ability to request that this door be designed in a way that is subordinate, whereas the other one was not.
Okay.
So I do think those two are different
Okay.
architecturally.
I agree with that. I still remain firm in context being a part of my judgment on this and that it should remain open. As one commissioner, I feel strongly about that. Having gone to the site and really walking down the street, it's a small little dead-end street. There's nothing that's enclosed there that changes the context of that street. And I disagree with it, and I have standards to back me up.
Okay, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I apologize to the applicant that I didn't notice their detail, but I think it's very well detailed as far as what they proposed. So I would think that they did complete their requirement for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Okay. We've got some standards that support doing and one that supports doing and one that supports not so much as far as context. So commissioners, we can do a little bit of a round robin temperature check and see if you feel like this side enclosure or side porch enclosure is in keeping with the standards or no. We know where Commissioner Parati stands. How about you, Commissioner Whitlock?
I tend to be on the side of approving this application. And I did want to notice I did notice one other thing, that they are proposing interchangeable panels between glass and screen for the porch as well. So
What does that mean to those of us that don't quite?
I guess if they wanted to enjoy a screen porch, they could take the glass panels out and put in screen panels within the frame of the door itself, the door units. So
Okay.
That's how to move.
Commissioner Lineberger, what do you think?
I agree with Commissioner Whitlock.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor?
I would tend to approve this.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
I would tend to approve it.
Okay. I understand. Commissioner Parati?
It's quite all right.
All right. Commissioner Barth, your thoughts?
I think Commissioner, I appreciate everybody's opinions. I particularly appreciate Commissioner Wojcik's comments about this porch going unused. It has the potential to having this applicant use this space more. The proposed infill panels are transparent, while, you don't make a verbal connection or may not be able to, you make a visual connection, which I think is important to note. I might ask Commissioner Whitlock, there are two 2x4s sandwiched together against the columns. I have a fear that might look a little temporary in application. Might suggest adding boxed out material or a mole here just so it looks temporary, as in pieces of raw wood versus more of a trimmed out condition.
I think it could have a little bit of trim on it, but there. No, I'm trying to get back to it. I thought I saw a little cove mold applied.
Yeah, I'm talking
Um,
about. Talking about. I think it was, yeah, the column condition. Number 3 in plan view. On slide 8. There you go. Got two 2x4s smacked up against one another. Might look a little smashed together, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, it could look more finished. I would agree. I'm not sure it would be necessary to achieve a good look, but maybe, I mean, it would be easy enough to add a 1x trim on it, you know, like a casing of some.
I don't want somebody to go to Lowe's and get a raw 2x4 slapped up there and paint it.
Yeah.
That look kind of what's the word?
It's called
Unfinished.
out
Thank
clear
you.
fur.
Slap dubs.
I don't get much sleep. Use your words, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see that. So that's it. So did you hear that? It's called out as clear fur.
You said it's called out as,
Let's see.
It's called out as 2x4 clear fur, which is
Nicer.
nice, not Lowe's material. It's nice material. I mean,
And the first one will be tapered, so it won't look as chunky. Because they'll have to cut into it to
It's
follow.
hard to describe, but hey, if they can do it. Anyway, to go back to your original question, Chairwoman, yes, I would be in favor. Although, you know, it just depends on the circumstance. And again, I like the things that Commissioner Wojcik was saying.
all right, I'm gonna come back to you, Commissioner Wojcik, because I know you had a comment, but I want to round this out. Commissioner Bell, thoughts?
So my concern also before Commissioner Parati brought it up was the enclosure. And the reason to me did not signify new use, like sitting on outside versus sitting inside is still sitting on. That's for me. So I would lean towards rejecting.
Okay. And Commissioner Wheat,
I tend to approve.
okay, and Commissioner Walker.
I'm kind of okay with it. I think our guidelines would allow for it, given it's on the side as it is, and that.
Okay. All right, commissioners. I think we've gotten everybody's, we've gotten everybody's opinions. I think now it's time for us to put that in the form of a motion. We know what standards we can refer to, and the circumstances, any conditions and all of that, that we can, include. So do we have a motion? I don't want to act like we're in class, but Commissioner Wheat, can you help us out?
Sure. I make a motion to approve the application based on design standards 4.8, number 5. Enclosure of side porches and balconies is discouraged if an enclosure of a side porch or balcony is required for a new use. The enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved. And Secretary of the Interior Standards 2.5.
Okay, and there was some talk about materials. Should we include materials and trim and any of that in there?
Yes.
Okay,
Um,
trim is 6.14, I believe,
6 point,
and materials 6.18.
6.18 and 6.14 for materials. Also confirm, as noted in the staff notes, that new trim will be wood. Door specifications are also needed, and that the existing brick steps are to remain and not proposed to be rebuilt.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wheat. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 8-2.
Thank you, Martha.
Should we take a break?
Thank you.
5 minutes?
Yeah, it's just
5 minutes?
5 minutes, sure.
quick pit stop.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
in the description, like down at the bottom or whatever, when they do like all their.
Person would like to move forward. Our chairperson would like.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you. Our next case is 604 South Summit. Jason Clark, are you in the room? Possibly
Literally,
online.
and
Jason, are you here?
there you go. No, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Can you see me?
No, if you can put on your camera, that would be great.
Thought I had it on, so I don't really know what to do.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
I mean, I did at the beginning, but you know, you had me muted, so it's not like you heard it.
Thank you. Okay. Um, This case is 604 South Summit. It's an accessory structure, a 3-bay accessory structure. The case was continued for the items listed in the staff memo. The applicant has provided a response on page 7 through 9. And has also provided existing and proposed on pages 32 through 36. So Jason, if we can get you to say your name, spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, and you can let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay. Jason Clark, CLARK, 604 South Summit Avenue, 28208.
All right. Let the record show that Commissioner Parati has recused.
Jason, if you'd let me know what slide you'd like to start on, you can present when you're ready.
I guess the letter that I wrote everyone, and has everyone had a chance to read it ahead of today, or should I just kind of?
Yes, it was posted online, and the commissioners have had a chance to read it, but you should go through it if you like.
Okay. So up at the top, I was really trying to draw a distinction for you guys between taller and higher. And I'm thinking that maybe you guys just don't draw a distinction between the two. And the reason, or at least the standards, the reason that it does matter to me is because my property slopes uphill and my house is short. So I've really been struggling to try and figure out how to make this garage work. I'm trying to put not a second floor, just a finished attic above it. So with an office space. When just kind of going forward, when I say taller, what I'm meaning is structure A compared to structure B is one taller than the other with no change in elevation. And then higher to mean literally that it just sits with a higher peak than the other. So because I've made, you can go to that's the first review. You can go to the same page in the second review, second submittal. If I were to build a structure and maintain that my accessory structure was 2 feet, below the peak of my principal structure, I'd have less than 12 feet to work with. I have without doing a tremendous amount of excavation and a significant retaining wall. And I've spoken to contractors and done the math. We're talking like 25 dump truck loads of dirt and like 8 or 9 foot retaining wall to actually, and I still would struggle to meet that. But anyways, so that's what I mean when I say taller and higher. But if you want to jump back up to the letter at the beginning. So what I did is I took everything that you guys gave me feedback on, and so item 1 was style is inconsistent with existing housing architecture. So I added a bunch of notes regarding design and style about matching the original home. I thought those were included originally, but I had them in the wrong place, so that was my fault. They're on one of the new drawings. Regarding item 2, you wanted more details about the elevation, how exactly it was going to be, built into the slope, and there's a new drawing that shows all that. If you want to go to item 3, actually, I'd like to skip item 3 and come back to that because I think it's going to create the discussion. So item 4, more info about window trim, door, window material. Again, covered it in the notes. Item 5, you asked for floor plans. So I included them, to demonstrate the design needs for, the width of the structure, which I think is the main thing that we were getting hung up on. Item 6, restudy the windows and doors, make them more vertical oriented. I did it. I had 2 windows. I changed it to 3 just to make the panes more vertical. The windows got smaller, so I had to double check the end windows and make sure that they satisfy egress. So I was able to meet that with an end window. Is there a 7? I believe there's one more. Oh, I added the permeability calculation to the plan drawings. Okay, we can go back to item 3 now, if you want. So there were some statements made at the last one that this is a 2-story structure, and I'm asking for wider and taller. I'm not, and this is kind of where those definitions are kind of important to me in the situation that I'm put in here. I included 2 items of precedent. One is in Wilmore, and that's the 2021-00036, where they had a short principal structure as well that didn't allow them to have a 2-story garage with usable space, a finished space upstairs. However, on that property, they had a flat elevation front to back, no elevation change. So that precedent was one where they were permitted to make the structure wider. Rather than taller to achieve their goals for the usable space. And the other precedent, which is 2012-00303, this is two houses down from me. And the primary structure is probably the most similar primary structure to any other house that I've seen in the neighborhood. It's got the slant gable ends. It's got the same front porch where it was wider than the portico. I've even been inside. The layout's very similar. It has an ADU in the back that's 2 stories. It's taller, okay, comparing it directly to the principal structure, and it also sits higher. I would not have even included this as precedent if my property was on level ground. I wouldn't have needed to. But the fact that my property also slopes uphill, I included this precedent only to show that there is a historic structure that sits higher. The accessory structure that I'm proposing is not taller. It is shorter than my principal structure, but because of the elevation change, it does sit higher. And if you want, we can jump down to, actually, there was a page of photos of houses in the neighborhood right there. That's another one. That's not even the one I'm talking about, but even in that one, the accessory structure, actually that's an ADU, is taller than that 224 Grandin. But right here, 612 Summit on the top right, my house looks very, very much like that. That I don't like that ADU. I think it's very large. It's very in your face. It's very close to the primary structure, and I don't think it looks secondary. Even though that literally exists right there and it's historic, and I feel like I'm justified to completely copy it. I don't want to do that. I'm not asking to do that because I think it's too much. I feel like I'm asking for less than that. And if you could keep going, if you guys want, I can go through the new drawings if you want to jump down to those. And then I really want to just show you some of the, no, we're still in first. There you go, revised. Oh, I just revised to add the permeability calc there. Okay, and here, this is where I added the details, the foundation, how it's going to be. Grade to peak, it will be shorter than my principal structure, but it's still gonna, and that's with excavating. That is me actually also doing some excavating, but it's still gonna sit higher. I can't really do anything about that. If you could just keep scrolling. So there was actually comments about this detail on the left and it not matching, and you're correct to have my designer fix that. There are the new shed dormer windows. There's 3 instead of 2, with maintaining the 6/1 pattern that's on my principal structure. And there they are. And then if we could just keep going. Here's the new drawing with the interior. And that is our actual vehicle size. So that's the reason for the width. It's actually a 4-door, but it's the same. I scaled it to the same size. And then the stairs being internal rather than external. But there is the plan. This is an accessory structure. It's not an ADU. My designer got a little overboard with what we could do upstairs, but really the only goal is to have an office. But it will not be an ADU. If you want to go to the next page. So here's the window and door legend, and even created a legend for the garage bay door. There's some general notes regarding design, materials, whatever. And if you want to keep scrolling. Okay. Did you put these in here? I don't, okay, you must have created these. They don't look familiar to me.
Yes, they were added by staff to show
Okay.
the previous.
You had me thrown off for a second there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the commission likes to see side by sides just for future reference. I think that's what staff was trying to help us out with.
Gotcha. So here we get into some of the alternatives. And like I told you, I've been working on this a while. I've been trying to figure out how to make this work, dealing with the height of my house and, you know, the slope of my property. One of the options right there, option A, which I'm completely open to, is basically just detach that shed so there's an existing shed. You can see it right there, just above that pad, concrete pad. And I was going to replace it and then attach it. But you know what? If it makes the structure appear more secondary, fine, I'll do it. I'm okay with that. It's just the shed's too small. That's it. I showed the change in the permeability calculation if we do that. And if you could go to alternative B. Actually, hold right there for one. Well, actually, you can go to the next page. It shows the same thing. It's the trees that I wanted you to see. I've already lost 3 trees. 2 were dead when we moved in and had to be removed, and they were near the back of the house. Very large trees. There was a tree right in the middle of that concrete pad, near the fence, that died and fell over about 2 or 3 years ago. And what is actually not shown on here, because it's on the other side of the sidewalk, but to the very left by the road, we had 2 trees there, one above, in this view, above the sidewalk. That one the city removed, and there's another one on the street side, but between the sidewalk and the driveway, and it is quite literally being removed today. My wife's been sending me photos of the city removing that tree. So my point is, since we've lived here, we've lost a lot of our trees, and we like the tree canopy, and we don't want to remove anymore. So I know that in the neighborhood and all the other designs, a lot of times to make the garage appear not as wide as or wider than the house, they just turn it 90 degrees. For me to do that, and the side that my driveway would have to be on, I would end up using more, driveway space, so it'd mess up my permeability calcs. In addition to that, I'd have to remove 3 trees. And in addition to that at the bottom of the concrete pad is the actual turn radius of one of our vehicles. And it shows that we would literally not be able to back out without doing like a 7-point turn. And when I say I've tried to figure this out, I took the vehicle to a parking lot and put out tape and cones and measured it all, and that's what you get. You can go to the next one if you want. The next page. So this is alternative C that I considered, which is going 2 doors down and straight up copying the exact design of the historical structure that exists behind the principal structure. And if I drop it down right there, and I mean, I just listed a bunch of reasons that I don't like it, but mostly, if you can read that if you want, but it mostly comes down to, I don't think it appears secondary. It would be, like 6 feet taller, and that's taller in compared to the principal structure, because that's actually about how tall it is compared to the structure in front of compared to its principal structure 2 doors down. I also don't like the exterior stairs for safety and multiple safety and security reasons. But it would still have to remove another tree as well. There it is. Click on that next page if you don't mind, please. That's it. That's that option C building, which is what I don't want to do. I guess that's really it. I think
Thank
the
you.
rest of it was just evidence that we had included attachments and references.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Chair, I believe we have 3 unknown callers on the line.
Okay.
Unknown callers, if you're calling in for 604 South Summit, please identify yourself. Okay, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Jason, for sharing your feedback. I just want to start by saying we want this to be a collaborative effort. The goal is to utilize our standards to help you achieve what you're looking to do at your property in a historic district. So, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Walker?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Questions. Can you tell me what are what's the width and depth of your house?
The principal structure,
Yes.
4 feet less than this. That's all if you can zoom in, I don't remember. All I remember is I did a comparison of the two. And it's actually, I covered that in the letter up at the top. I believe looks like it's 36 feet. The precedent that I
36
compared
feet.
this,
It's
yeah,
36 feet wide.
I believe.
And then how deep is it?
A lot more than that.
Okay. Well, if you could get
I-
that figure, that would be great at some point. And then on slide 28, I don't see, there's no foundation. Is there no foundation for this ADU?
I covered that in the letter as well.
If you could just
I
answer me
will.
that now, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I will get the foundation drawings done, but basically I've opted
Because
to
what
not
we,
pay
what
for
we
that
need to know is,
because
what we need to know is what is the exact height of the ADU? So absent a foundation, which you're saying you're gonna put underneath that, that would change the overall height of the ADU, would it not?
no, because I've been working it with this goal all along to maintain that it's less than 19 feet 10 inches grade to peak, average. And that's what I've done with the design. So any foundation that goes into this, that will be maintained at the end. I've just opted, I've been fighting this height thing all along. So I've already spent thousands and I don't want to spend thousands on structural foundation drawings as well if I can't even get this approved.
Yeah, I guess then we would have to put that in our motion just to be sure that the height is in fact as you stated is.
And I'm totally cool with that.
Just one comment, the higher and taller issues, well, I do understand where you're going with that. As commissioners, what we have to look at is we need to make sure that whatever it is you're building is clearly secondary to the main structure. So talking about taller and higher, while that might be a conversation, what we have to concern ourselves with is clearly the fact that that second structure is secondary to the main structure. I just wanted to, make sure we get that out because that is a concern for commissioners here.
Understand.
And then on page 89 or slide 89, the question I have is I kind of don't understand how in fact that, as you are showing, the site elevation owner proposed. I'm trying to understand how that works, how that could do that, given where the ADU is and where your house is.
Well, all I was showing in this, and I believe this drawing actually came out of the workshop. I did a workshop with you guys. And all this was really showing is how little of it is actually visible. What I was trying to show, with my poor CAD skills is how little of it is actually visible from the road with the privacy fence and how far back we're putting it and including in there what I was already planning to dig out.
Okay, so that was just really, I mean, that didn't get drawn based on any kind of specific perspective. It was just kind of a,
I bought a laser and
maybe
went
how I
out
think
there
it'll
and
look.
I took a bunch of measurements and the height and that red line is a perfectly straight line. And I'm just showing like that's, if you're standing down there on the sidewalk, that's what you're gonna see.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Jason. I think from my perspective, I get what you're saying. Your lot slopes up from front to back. I don't have a problem. I get what you're saying about it being higher, but I think what we were trying to get at in the last meeting and the reason for this continuation is kind of what Commissioner Walker was hinting at, is that it's a little bit too much of everything, a little bit too much height, a little bit too much width. Volumetrically or massing wise, the structure just feels big when you look at this in actual 3 dimensions. And I appreciate you being delicate in treating the second floor, even though you say it's not a floor, technically it's occupiable space, treating that with dormers and things that are minimally impactful on those elevations. But, all of this stuff compounds to making, an application that we deem is a continuation. And speaking to that second floor, we have a shed dormer that goes across almost that entire length of that structure that you're proposing. And this all has an impact on how we view the massing, how it relates back to your existing structure, the primary structure, which is a 1-story with an attic. The fact of the matter is when you look at the proposed accessory structure, even though there's a dormer there, it's the majority of that roof plane is a shed dormer. So it reads like 2 stories to us and reads more of like a box than, us looking at the eave line. So, personally, there's a few things that I might like ask of you to just consider. And I'll go over those real quickly. One would be to reducing the amount of dormer condition that you have on the structure, reducing the width. I think I get what you're saying on the height. Like you said, you were trying to stay under 1910, which gets you under the primary house. But again, we need to, look at everything in conjunction. So, sorry, I'm jumping all around here. You also brought up a couple examples. I think 612 Summit was an existing structure that was a nonconformity. That was, I don't have a complete history of this, but I think that was a nonconformity that was grandfathered in. They were just renovating that. Is that correct, Candace?
Yes, it's a
That's correct.
historic second story that's on the National Register form too.
Okay, yeah. So I appreciate you going out and doing research. I mean, it's great to have that information. But we do look at each project as a specific individual case. There are different conditions for each of those. But that would be my comment there. That was already pre-existing structure. So do you have any comments to those few things I mentioned, potentially reducing the width? I mean, basically what we have here is a 3, maybe 3.5 car garage in width as proposed, a dormer going almost all the way across the roof plane. Any of those comments, sir?
I mean, I don't know that I can. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I want the feedback. I'm trying to figure out how to make this work. I mean, what if I just took the dormer and just, I'm trying to think of the impact that it'll have on the space inside and whether or not it'll, impact its functionality. I really can't do much about the height. I've even minimized or specified a low profile garage door just to minimize the downstairs height. And I mean, what if it tried to break up? I can look at it, but what if it broke up the dormer into two pieces and just took out the section in the middle? I'm also just trying to figure out ways to make this work, but I just
Sure. Yeah, and so our
Yes.
drive here too, and I'll mention this, our drive here too is that, we can't design it for you.
I understand.
Sort of your charge is to go back and, take our feedback that we provide to you, go back to your designer, or if it's yourself, go back to the drawing board and sort of respond to these comments. We had a big problem with width, the overall massing, and I think we just need to see that all around for this entire proposal.
I guess I would.
I don't know that we could put any specific parameters on that just because that's not our mission here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the precedent where it was granted to permit it to be wider for this particular reason. So, and that particular precedent was 10 feet wider than the principal structure, and I'm really only asking for 4.
Jason, I apologize for interrupting. Could you
It's okay.
point us to, is there a slide that you're wanting to point us to regarding the precedents that you're
I mean,
referring?
it's in here.
I understand. If you
It's
can
90
direct us
pages.
there.
I mean, I think the actual Christie or the actual COA in here for the house in Wilmore, the 2021 00036.
And I think in,
I actually think you might have passed it.
I think the difference here is, the way the directional expression, these are all of our guidelines, the directional expression, the scale reducing techniques, the way, just all of these things are handled. This is a totally different project. So
I understand. I'm just trying to do the same thing because that's essentially, as you can see there where it was level, so they didn't have the height issue. What they don't include in here is a drawing that I don't believe, unless it's there. There you can see that's essentially a 3-bay wide, if we want to call it 3 bays. I guess that's what we're calling it. How much wider that is than the principal structure. It almost goes property line to property line.
but it doesn't do both, right? It doesn't do wider.
Well,
And
right, and
higher.
this elevation is flat. You see, I'm kind of screwed in both ways. Like my property slopes uphill, and my house is short. So I'm not asking you to design it for me, but I'm at a loss for what else to do.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik and then Commissioner Lineberger.
Hey, can you tell me the square footage of the overall structure that you're proposing to create? The first floor and the second floor, because it is a second floor, it's a floor system. So it's more of a story and a half, but there is 2 floors.
You can see if there's a calculation. Yeah, down a couple more. I don't know. I
Did you
remember
just ask
looking
for
at,
in the depth?
Oh, well, the width and the depth are 24 by 47. And he's saying that his existing house is 36 by 43.
no, it's 40. It's not 47.
No, it says it's 47 on the drawings.
Mm-hmm.
That says 40 feet, 5 inches, unless there's an incorrect dimension on one of the drawings.
Plus
That
lower-
is not
the
what's
first floor.
said, so it's.
Oh,
actually-
are you talking about okay, yeah, and that's kind of where I was going with, if you want, I can completely just take that lean-to shed off there. I'm really just, when I say 40, I'm looking at the top dimension.
So we don't have the square footage for the
I mean, it's,
document noted anywhere.
No, I asked for that.
finished attic square feet, 590. It's on the drawing right there.
And then the first floor.
Well, I don't know how you count stairs, and then part of that
Oh,
isn't even,
footprint, overall footprint, if we do 40 by 24.
Oh, it's 1137.4.
well, and that entry right there is external. That's not inside.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay.
the footprint of the structure. You still have a covered roof. It's still got a foundation.
Okay.
So you're at
So
9.
the foundation is 37 by 37.9 by 23.11.
Well, if you don't have the storage room, the first floor is 9,960 square feet and the second floor is 590 square feet. So you're talking about 1,550 square feet, not including the additional storage piece. The example of the garage that you supplied us, that you're comparing your structure to, is noted at having 844 square feet. So your structure is twice as big, but you're trying to tell us that it's the same size. So it doesn't really,
No, I'm just talking about width. I didn't say it was the same size because I know mine's deeper because my vehicles are large.
right.
But
And that's what we're saying to you, you know, there were different decisions made on these projects because they presented themselves differently architecturally. And when we say taller, we understand that your lot is angled and that there's no way that your secondary structure would be shorter than your existing house because of your elevation. We're saying that the structure is too tall in comparison, whether it's on the grade or not. Even if it was flat, we still think it's too tall and too wide. You can't have the height and the depth and the width and not have a large mass. That's what architecture is. It's a volume of space. So we're requesting for you to reduce one of those elements. That's what we're asking you to do. Make it smaller.
okay.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Candace, could you pull up our guidelines? Page 8.10. Is that easy to do? I just think it might help.
I mean, I have it open, but I don't know if I can share my screen.
Well, I really wanted to pull it up for your benefit, Jason.
Oh, I'm already on that page, so go ahead.
That
I just-
illustration that you're looking at,
Mm-hmm.
where it has not recommended.
Yeah.
And those illustrations are really meant to be super helpful for a guideline for, in addition to the verbiage of the standards. It gives you a really clear visual, and what you've presented to us really is very similar to the illustration there of, what is not recommended. And I'm just wondering if that could help illustrate what everyone's really, several commissioners have certainly tried to explain. Whereas the one that is recommended, you can see that it's subservient to the main, secondary to the main structure. It's a smaller unit compared to the main structure versus the one not recommended is clearly wider, which is what we're dealing with here. It's wider than the main structure. It's taller, or it has a second story. The main house is only a single story. I just wanted to point that out because I'm glad that you have it open. Because I thought it could be helpful in illustrating. That's exactly what we've been describing, I think.
If I could, I would just like to add to that, that while it is unfortunate that you have a piece of property that slants up to the back of your lot, that is just as unfortunate as someone who buys a lot that is perhaps 35 feet shorter than average lots surroundings, so that they're limited to what they can put in the back of that lot because of setback concerns. So while I sympathize with the fact that you own a lot that slopes up in the back, it still has to be factored into how it will impact that secondary structure. Whether it, it doesn't become clearly secondary is a strong possibility that we have to look at.
Okay, just for clarification, do I understand the issues with the width, all right? I've tried to answer that with the precedent and understand the height, which I've also tried, but are those the only things I need to be considering, or is depth a part of it? And do I need to be looking at square feet? Because I thought as long as I maintain the square footage requirements, that's in the UDO or these guidelines, as long as I follow those, I thought that was fine.
So Jason, I think we gave the direction that, or the things that we wanted you to consider at the last meeting, and we do appreciate the research and some of the feedback that you've provided. I'm not sure, other than the standards themselves, and the commissioners have pointed those out, I'm not sure what else or what other resources that you are referring to.
I guess I'm just trying to understand how to take the feedback and turn it around. It's fine.
So yeah, are you able to, I guess I should ask Candace this, is Jason able to work with staff around?
Absolutely. We've worked with him in the past and we can continue to work with him.
Okay. Yeah, I would highly recommend walking hand in hand with staff. They see quite a few applications with a variety of conditions. I don't think there will be anything new under the sun that they have not been faced with or helping applicants with. All right.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
If I could just try to be helpful. Jason, parting words while we're still open, I think, me as one commissioner, I would like to see a reduction of the width in some way and some articulation of look to our standards for scale reducing techniques. What section is that?
6.10 is scale, I believe, 6.10.
6.7 for scale and making architectural features relate to the human form. So in speaking to that, essentially what we're looking at here, and this is the right image to look at, is we're looking at a 3-bay structure with some additional features that make it even larger beyond that. You know, some of the other examples that you put in front of us, what was the one on Wilmore Drive? You know, it was a different project. You know, there wasn't as much going on the second floor or in that roof plane. You know, it wasn't quite, the eave lines weren't quite as tall. You know, it's all these things that we've been discussing that get us closer to an approvable application here. So talking about the width, talking about the scale reducing techniques, you know, me personally, I think one of the things that could help would be a reduction of the, you know, your second floor impact with the use of the shed dormers on both sides. So all of these things we need to look at, you know, assuming that you come back, we hope you do, in order to get this closer to the approvable.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
All right, and I think something that we have been alluding to this entire time is context. We'll want to make sure that you'll want to make sure you take a look at context, because in context really means that 360-degree view from the property, making sure that, you know, you are pulling from the historic structures within that 360-degree surrounding area. That would be some guidance that we would suggest as well. And we do have standards on context. And I think that's 6.1 through 6.4. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Okay, we're now closed for deliberation. All right, commissioners. I guess what I would want to start with is the reasons for continuation. There were 7 items left listed, and we can start by one, understanding whether or not those items were addressed. And if not, either providing further instruction or feedback on whether or not, why they weren't met. So if we start at the top of the list, it says reevaluate the project to meet standards 8.10 number 3 and considerations of 8.10 number 4. The style of architecture is inconsistent with the existing house architecture. Do we feel like that was been addressed in the new application, revised application?
No.
No.
Okay, no. All right. So that one will still stand. Request additional information on measurements for the structure itself and details to be more accurate, including sections, grade, and relationships of the foundation to the grade per standards for new construction. I'm going to stop right there because we had a lot of questions about foundation being represented. I mean, we can see here on slide, I think this is 28, that the foundation is not well articulated here. So I think this one still stands as well. Does anybody disagree?
No.
I think there was some confusion with the applicant too, and I totally forgot about this. But I think potentially the applicant is confusing. We need to see a foundation plan versus what the actual grade conditions around the building are gonna be shown in elevation. Like looking at these elevations here, it's shown as just flat. But I think the applicant did express that this was gonna be benched into the slope, if I'm not mistaken, somewhat. So I think maybe an accurate set of elevations reflecting what that grade change does around the building is what some of us are looking for. And maybe that would be helpful feedback for the applicant. I assume he's listening.
Okay.
I want to add to that. What Commissioner Walker brought up is that there is no visual foundation. All garages have a visual foundation that breaks up the exterior wall. the floor system is not raised, but it still looks like the house does. So if the house has a brick foundation underneath what is their floor plan, their floor system, the house, the garage drawing should represent some sort of foundation as well. It's just that the floor system is located in a different place. So it's architectural detail that gives the consistency. So that's what Commissioner Walker was asking for. And that's where you were saying he was confusing it with a foundation plan.
Okay.
We just want to see where is the foundation going to be on the architecture.
Well, I think materially,
Yes.
is that a word?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Materially, it needs to be shown to reflect what the grade is doing, as well as we need accurate representation
Yeah.
across the elevations. Yeah, so it's kind of twofold.
Because I asked for the accurate elevation because we're obviously the foundation, the slab floor was not going to be level if he doesn't change the grade. And so that's exactly what I asked for last time.
Yeah, and I believe number 2 is pretty, it's explicit in that it says relationship of foundation to the grade. So I think that one still stands, and we can add any further clarification to you all's point regarding it's a foundation in relation to grade and not necessarily a foundation plan that we're requesting. All right? Yep. Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is really for the benefit of the applicant that's listening, is it's shown in his example that he gave on the 1533 Wilmore application that was approved. That's an excellent example of a foundation that is shown in elevation and presented.
Perfect.
Don't leave that, Candace. Just to be clear, I mean, that detail on the left there is showing the footing foundation detail, which, just so everybody knows, I mean, that's what's proposed, and that's not, I mean, that's a slab on grade with a block. I don't, it's different, but it's not accurate, I don't think.
Okay.
So, but there is a detail on the foundation or on a slab on grade here, so,
We just need it represented in the actual,
yeah, that's not
Plan.
what we would approve.
No, we wouldn't approve that.
okay. Okay.
I think it's being shown, the block is being shown covered with, I mean, we're getting into details, but I think the block is being shown covered with German lap siding. But anyway.
Okay. All right, to continue down, overall massing of the structure being secondary, referring back to the context was provided and working with scale, overall height, overall width of the structure to be more contextual with the neighborhood. Again, I think this still stands. So first 3 items were not addressed and they still need some attention. Provide additional details as far as window trim, door, window material, as well as specifications. Did we get that information in the revised plans? I mean, revised application, excuse me. Okay,
Yes.
yes. Perfect. All right, so number 4 has been addressed. And request that the applicant provide a floor plan and accurate site plan details that are consistent amongst all drawings. I think that may need some more attention. So number 5 still stands. Restudy the windows and dormers as being more vertical oriented window panes, specifically looking at different types of windows. So number 6, it sounds like from the discussion in the conversation with the applicant, from Commissioner Barth in particular, it sounds like we would want the dormers to be restudied, period, not just the windows, but its overall size, impact to the structure and all of that. So we may want to refine number 6, is it 6?
Yeah. And
Find number 6.
the windows still need to be modified.
Okay.
I think that gets to roof form and complexity of form for the dormers. I don't know what section that is. Roof 610. No, 610.
Those are wrong.
Oh,
So
sorry. And then to Commissioner Wojcik's point, I agree that the dormer windows are still not in keeping with the form we see. They just get so small. So what I might suggest there for the benefit of the applicant is the transom window. You know, a top sash only window.
And-
If these dormers are still being kept.
roof forms and materials is 6.13.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. All right, and then the final reason for continuation is request applicant provide a rear yard calculation as taken from the historic rear thermal wall of the existing structure pre-addition, and would like the applicant to provide more details as far as any grading or retainage that must occur with respect to the accessory structure's foundation. Do we feel like we have all of that rear yard and the
He showed a section
grading?
of the grade next to the structure. He just didn't show how the foundation related to it.
Okay,
So partial.
partially, okay.
I'm happy with, yeah, the side sections are helpful. I think I would like to see, and Candace, do we request this on projects where we're doing an addition and we're asking for rear yard calculations, them to graphically represent on the site plan where this is being taken from, so that we can confirm that it's actually being taken from the historic rear yard versus addition?
We certainly can. Yes.
I think I'd like to see that represented on the site plan where the rear yard is being taken from.
Okay. Okay,
I mean, it clearly slopes up. Do we know if these elevation changes are accurate? I mean, clearly, there's a slope issue. I mean, I'm not arguing that, but is it as drastic as that, or is it worse than that, or is it not as bad as that?
It doesn't look like it.
I don't
Doesn't
know.
look like it in the photographs. I've had that same struggle, just trying to compare the
Deceiving.
photos with that.
yeah, that's a really good question.
West topography.
Could you say that again, Commissioner Wojcik?
We could ask to request the topography of the lot to be documented correctly.
I don't see the point
Okay.
in that. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, I guess, was it you, Commissioner Walker, who was saying that, you know, all this has an effect. But, you know, in looking at like the Zotwell surveys, for example, when we look at sloping left or right down a streetscape, we're not looking at, oh, this house is on a hill, so it's taller. You know, it's kind of the same thing. We're looking at its site and cross section. The garage is its own height. The house is its own height, not taking into account elevation versus height from grade. So, you know, why do we need to have them go through that further exploration?
Because the property, we have to relate the accessory structure to the primary structure, right? So why wouldn't we?
Correct, but it's you know, its height is relative to the grade that it sits on, that it's being constructed from, not, you know, he could have a 15-foot hill behind his house and build a structure there. I mean, you know, so does that say he can't do that, you know? to the applicant's point, I don't see how that's relevant.
I think that if I were to interpret the guidelines, if a site slopes 16 feet up higher than the main structure, and they put a structure on that site that's 2 feet lower than the main structure, but it appears 14 feet higher because it's on a grade that's 16 feet higher than the clearly secondary requirement of our guidelines is not met, in my opinion. If I'm standing on the sidewalk and I'm looking at that secondary structure, that ADU, it's not looking secondary.
Yeah.
That's how I interpret it, but that's just me.
Commissioner Taylor?
So I agree 100% with Commissioner Barth. My only point is that this is a representative of what's going on there. Is it an accurate representative of what's going on there? Just as if an elevation, is it an accurate elevation or is it an accurate detail? It's on an architect's plans, so I'd like to think that it is, but I'd like some confirmation that it is.
So just looking on the Polaris, there's over a 10-foot rise in that property, almost 12-foot rise.
Yeah,
in
so
that
it's
property.
pretty darn close, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, okay. Case closed.
All right. So in going through the reasons that this case was continued, quite a few of these items still need some work and to be addressed, while a couple have been responded to or addressed. So with that, and there have been some other items that were mentioned that need some further information. So with that in mind, do we have some direction or a motion that we can make? Do we need to have further discussion on what how we want to proceed?
I could take a shot at a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to continue this application, requesting that the applicant further evaluate the following items that we asked for in the last review. Number one, ask that the applicant critically study the primary structure and borrow from architectural features to apply towards the accessory structure to make it more consistent with its supporting architecture. That would be number one. That's for standards 810, number 3, and number 4. Number 2, request that the applicant provide additional dimensions that were brought up in this review, including what were the dimensional discrepancies?
The square footage of the
Okay.
accessory structure?
Yeah, okay, so we would ask that the applicant provide square footages of the accessory structure as well as the primary structure for reference. And item number 3, that the overall massing of the accessory structure be further reduced using scale reducing techniques, the overall width, as well as the second floor dormer massing. That is chapter 6 and 8 10, number 7. Number 4.
That one was addressed.
Number 5.
Yeah.
And number 6, again, would ask that the applicant pursue potentially a top sash only window configuration or awning window configuration for the dormer windows. But again, I think this would come through with the restudy of the dormer massing. And please work with staff on that. I would recommend. Also would like the applicant to provide accurate drawings depicting both the foundation material as well as the grade condition around all 4 sides of the accessory structure to represent how the grade is being handled and how the foundation material will be applied given the grade. And going back to item 7, requesting that the applicant depict on their site plan where the rear yard calculations are being taken from, with emphasis on the rear wall of the original historic house, not including additions. Additions need to be incorporated into the rear yard calculations.
All right. We got a motion by Commissioner Barr. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion?
Did we include standards?
Yes.
Thank you.
8.10, perhaps we should add, height and width.
Yeah, 8.10, 7.8, 7.7. Oh, sorry, sorry, I'm in the wrong section. Take that back. All right, sorry, 8.10 for accessory structures, 6.12 for foundations, 6.13 roof form and materials. I'll just go ahead and throw in 6.15 for windows, doors and windows, as well as 6.16. 6.18 materials.
6.8,
Sorry, I skipped over that. 6.8 for massing and complexity of form. I'll go ahead and add in, what is it, 6.10, I think we already got, scale reducing techniques, as well as I'll throw in 6.11 for directional expression, because I think that applies here as well.
And let's do context as well.
Let's see. That would be 6.2 for context.
All right. Commissioner Taylor, do you accept those amendments? Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Staff will be in touch. The next application is 1314 Lafayette Avenue.
Let the record show Commissioner Parati has returned.
Thank you. The next application is 1314 Lafayette Avenue, the addition of solar panels. The applicants are Claire or Callie. Are they in the room?
I am actually currently online. This is Callie.
Great. Callie, have you been sworn in?
I was previously at the December meeting. Do I need to be again?
Yes.
Okay, then no, I have not today.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Again, this is 1314 Lafayette Avenue, and it was continued from the December meeting for the items listed on the staff memo. The applicant has provided additional information on slide 6 that was requested. And Callie, if you tell me what page you would like to start on, I can, you can take it.
Oh, yes. I hope everyone is doing well today. I appreciate y'all taking the time to review this again in the new year. We went ahead, as originally discussed in the fall and into December. Y'all's big concern was looking at a ground elevation from the street view of what the modules would potentially look like on the side of the home, with proximity to the house next to them, along with what you could see from the street. As I mentioned in the December meeting, it is kind of hard to put into place putting solar panels directly onto an image from the street. So what I did was, after the previous meeting, I believe it might be one of the next slides, I went and took a picture from the street of the McKinnon residence. Yes, that next one.
Callie,
And then oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court report? I apologize. Thank you.
Oh, no, you're good. Hudgens, Hudgins. And then the address of Renew is 801 Presley Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28217.
And can you turn your camera on, Callie?
I actually cannot. I'm on a desktop and it does not have camera.
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
You can continue with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So what we did is we took this picture that I obtained after the meeting in December, took it back to our drafting and engineering team, which is what you will find on slide 6. They dropped it into AutoCAD, filled in every line of the trees, the bushes, the house, and then took the measurements from the site survey that we obtained on the roof and where the panels are currently being proposed, and dropped them into what is now your street elevation that you will see from slide 6. We also took into account about the 2 to 3 inches that the modules lay on top of the roof from the roof to the point that the space in between is about 2 to 3 inches. We also took that into account on the CAD that you will see there. Additionally, I know there was one thing, it was not specifically listed in the continuation letter, but I know it was brought up by, I can't remember exactly which commissioner, but the proximity to the neighbor's house next door. On slide 8, you will find a letter from their next door neighbor, Spencer Fresk, in support of the solar installation. So I don't really have anything other to share at this point. We've presented a couple of times now, so if y'all have any questions, I'm happy to ask or answer.
We have 2 unknown callers.
Okay.
Callers, if you're calling in for 1314 Lafayette Avenue, can you please identify yourself? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Callie. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I will say, as one commissioner, what we asked for was brought back to us, so I don't actually have any questions. I would be interested to know if the owners or the applicant would be agreeable to ensuring that there is some type of permanent screening there.
Such as that if you don't mind me asking, ensuring that that tree is technically not removed or something? Okay, yeah. I can take that back to them. I don't foresee that being an issue. They were even interested in adding more trees along that line that would potentially shade the bottom of the array, but they were to help with the driveway side. That was also an option that was presented if the neighbors were to be against it, but the neighbors were very for the solar installation. So either way, I'm sure they can accommodate that.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant, commissioners? All right, no questions. All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Hawkins, Chairperson Hawkins, I think that this is one of those cases where going to the site was so important. I had not been able to really get out and walk the sidewalk before today. And you can see the whole of that roof. And the tree seems a lot larger on the street view here than it does in reality. And look, I want to bless solar panels. I believe in that wholeheartedly. However, if we're going based on what our standards say, it does not look like that. I don't know if anyone else got to go out and actually walk and look at it because we asked for the pedestrian view. So walking down the sidewalk, you don't have to work hard at all to see the roof.
So the perspective that we have here is not quite accurate.
The tree looks larger in the drawing than it does in reality. And I tried to take into consideration that, you know, maybe in the spring and summer it will be fuller. But this beautiful house is so, everything's so low that you can't help but see everything. And that's why with this one, it's so important that we get out and actually see it in person because it does not look like that in person.
And trees disappear.
And trees disappear. Yeah, we're not supposed to take vegetation into consideration for that very reason. I want the solar panels. I wholeheartedly agree with that. As a commissioner on this body, in this, with these standards, it does not match.
Okay. And I'm just gonna say this because I don't know if anybody else feels this way. I appreciate that because I did not go to the site. I looked at what was presented and pulled up images. The first thing that I think about is the way that our standards read. It says less visible, locate them on a less visible place on the roof. And so the front corner is more visible. Where they're located could technically be considered less visible. So it's, I don't want to say subjective, but there's a continuum of sort that.
It's true. We can define less visible in a number of ways. Seeing it, it's very visible. It would be visible. We have the, although I think Commissioner Barth brought up that plaza, is it the Plaza House? So I would assume that it would look something like that. Should you all agree to let them do it? Which, you know, we can call less visible. I don't want to be the fly in the ointment, but it would not, you could see it.
Commissioners, your thoughts? Anybody else been able to make a site visit and?
What are our standards on vegetation?
It can't be used as a scale reducing technique, I think.
Yeah, so vegetation, because it can come and go, can't be used as a factor for allowing something that's fixed. I mean, we could also point to the fact that the solar panels can be removed. I mean, that's what you all did when you voted on the enclosed porch. There have been times where we have voted on something that might not fit with the context or might not fit our standards exactly because it was reversible. So that is a way of looking at it. And I'll say that I don't always get to go to the sites to visit, but when we're judging on context, when we're wanting to know what the pedestrian view is, it's pretty important.
So I didn't go for this particular reason, but I've been by this house, walking and riding, driving hundreds of times. And it is a visible roof. It's a low sitting house that's, you'll see them. They'll be less visible back there, but you'll see them.
Commissioner Barr?
Candace, can we go to 1511, the plaza, street view? Because those are solar panels that we have approved. And I don't recall the exact reason that we did not consider this a comparable subject. But if you go towards Central, just a smidge, you can go forward one. There you go. You can clearly see them from the street.
We did look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a steeper roof. It's a steeper roof. I mean, I live a mile from this house. You could see them. So, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like they've provided enough evidence to show that, you know, they're minimally visible in that we're looking at them from a severely oblique angle. You know, you're not catching a broad side of these panels. We've approved it in the past on this one example as precedent.
I thought of this house, Commissioner Barth, because you brought it up, and I thought, well, you know, this could be used to justify Lafayette. The difference in the two houses is one is very close to the sidewalk and sits fairly low. It's not up and away. You know, I think about Brett Sturm and, you know, this is a great camera angle here, right? But when people don't usually look up that often. When something is up and out of the way, he says, you know, it can get away with a little more. This is not the case with Lafayette.
Okay. Commissioners, thoughts? I mean, isn't this considered a pedestrian view though?
Well, I think we have to go back to the less visible because our standards don't say not visible. They say less visible.
And they're located behind that? Okay, yeah. Right, okay, yep. Near the chimney. See, but. Okay. All right. I feel like this is pretty straightforward in that either you believe it's less visible or not. So let's see where we get. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it based on standard 4.5, number 6.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Can we throw in Secretary of Interior Standards?
Sure. Secretary's Interior Standards 2.5 also confirm that no changes will be made to the roof structure. Let's add that in.
All right. Do you accept that, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
No.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passed 9-1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next application is 428 West Boulevard, the Wilmore School. If the applicants, I believe they're in the room, can come to the table. Hello.
Hey,
Have you both been sworn in?
Angie has, I need to today.
Okay.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is 428 West Boulevard, the Wilmore School. It's been continued for the items listed in the staff memo. This project is hitting up against its 180 days, which is the March 11th, which is prior to the March meeting. So we absolutely need a decision on this project today. This project is also going through a simultaneous rezoning, to which they need a decision on the site plan. It's up to the commission to either approve it as one grouping, or as always, you can split items apart and give different motions. The applicant has provided supplement information. It's in the supplement packet. Starting on page 5 of the supplement application packet. It shows the December meeting and the current proposed site plan, as well as current and proposed the townhome elevations and the gateway building from all street angles. And they've provided 3D elevation drawings. So I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. If you could say your name, spell your last name, and the address for the court reporter.
Carlton Long, and that's Long, 111 Metropolitan Avenue, Suite 1035, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
Let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. Thanks for having me back today. We have Angie Lauer with us today also, who I'm sure you all know. She's been a key collaborator and designer on this project and kind of guiding us through making sure the design meets the guideline standards. So why don't we go forward to slide 15. The site plan. Well, I guess keep going. There we go. So this is the updated site plan, kind of high level, incorporating some of the feedback from the last meeting, starting with the townhouses. So there's kind of two parts of feedback regarding the site plan in the last meeting. One was the spacing between the townhouses, and then the other is the transition of setbacks along Kingston Avenue. So in the previous design, we had an 8'9" spacing. We've increased that to 11 feet between each grouping of townhouses. And really, we took that from context in the neighborhood, looking at all the typical spacings between houses around the area. The spacing ranges from as little as 8 feet to typically between kind of 10 and 13 feet. So we feel it's contextual. Also, the 11-foot spacing is approximately a little bit more than 2/3 the width of one of the townhouses, so it has a good proportional relationship. Secondly, we increased the transition of setbacks along Kingston Avenue. Previously, just the first grouping of townhouses had the more generous setbacks, transitioning to the typical 40-foot condition. We've elongated that transition through the second groups of townhouses as well. So it starts at 58 feet, transitioning through the two groupings to 42. And then for the final two groupings, which have more of the kind of mint context where setbacks are tighter, we have the 40 feet. Next slide. So on the gateway building, as we call it, the primary adjustment we've made here is we've considerably shrunk the upper floor and increased setbacks around all frontages. So on all frontages, we have a minimum of a 10 to 12-foot setback. Additionally, on the two wings that kind of stretch north to the townhouses, previously we had no setback there. We've introduced a 12-foot setback on the west wing and a 14-foot setback on the east wing. And then along the Mint frontage, we further articulated the steps and the massing and the notches to mimic the rhythm of the quadplexes and houses across Mint Avenue to create that relationship.
Regarding slide 24, you can see the highlighted areas. And they actually relate to the sites across the street. So per section 7.3.5, where it says the new building should respect historic lot lines and parcel sizes, even if the lots are combined into a single parcel as part of a rezoning. So the new building's scale, spacing, massing, rhythm, and entrances should be reflected in the historic development. The mass of the building should be modulated with a material change, architectural change, creating breaks in the planes. And one thing you'll see as we present a little further, the shadowing, not only in plan, in the site plan, is modulated, but that will also translate vertically into the scale working its way up. So just keep that in mind when we talk about the site plan, because I think that's absolutely important to note.
I can keep going. So in terms of context, inspiration remains the same. We kind of have two building types. We have the townhouses and the gateway building. The gateway is inspired by the historic school structure we shared the site with, as well as the Calvary Church buildings and other institutional buildings along Mint Street. Next slide. Same story with the townhouses before. We're really drawing inspiration from the single-family houses on the block and the surrounding the site, as well as other successful townhouse developments and the quadplexes along Mint Street. Next slide. In the last meeting, the board specifically brought up this project as a reference to help provide guidance on how to break up the roof line and create variation in scale along the townhouse groupings. So next slide. We have made a significant pivot in particularly the third floor and the roof lines since the last version of how we're handling breaking down scale and massing through introducing different roof typologies. So we have a mix of shed dormers now and side gables, in addition to increasing the spacing that we believe really kind of fits the townhouses better within the context of the neighborhood. On the Mint Street elevation, some of the updates include, of course, the increase in setbacks of the upper level. So you'll see here on both ends, there's now an over 12-foot setback. We've also further articulated and modulated the 3-story base, as well as the notches. We'll get in more to detail later of how we're breaking down the scale vertically with architectural details. Next slide. Next slide. Similar strategy on the West Boulevard and East property line. Again, increased the setbacks of the upper level, including introducing new setbacks along the wing towards the townhouses and using the same tools to create variation in parapet and roof height. Next slide. And then we've included for record all of the interior facing elevations. So none of these elevations are visible from the street frontages. We also want to point out here that we're bringing the same material palette, the same set of details through those interior elevations to maintain the integrity of the design, rather than shifting to some perhaps more cost-effective solution. We're maintaining that integrity throughout the site. Next slide. Next slide. So elevations in context, you'll see now that we believe that the townhouses are exceptionally contextual to the block. They mimic the rhythm, the height, the scale, the spacing, especially with a variety of roofline conditions. And then similarly, the gateway building, we think is contextual both to the historic structure with the 3-story base that matches that height, as well as the institutional buildings along Mint and nearby Calvary Church and the other building.
So the overall elevation in context, I think if we can just tap on that for a little bit. So with new construction, section 6.1 of the standards, it talks about buildings being on the edge of the district and how they could allow for a variety of building uses. Also too, how the buildings need to fit into the historic context by using scale reducing techniques, which we have done and articulated with design styles, that it would fit fenestration, roof, massing, scale. That's section 6.1. Section 6.2, which we'll get into a little bit more in detail, is also the introduction of porches, which for the residential side is a very, very common detail. And porches, I believe, is 7. You have to correct me, 6.17. And section 6.33, which I do want to talk about specifically, because historically, multifamily structures were designed to fit into single-family style neighborhoods while still having their own identity. You can see that, driving around through different, like Wilmore, Wesley Heights, you could see where maybe a quadruplex was introduced next to a single-family home. So it's not an uncommon feature. This new multifamily, as presented to you, actually has evolved through a series of studies and forms that I think does exactly that. It blends single-family, as you could see, to the east, and blends multifamily as well as some mixed use with respect to height, scale, massing, roof form, fenestration, eaves, and detailing. So, yes.
Next slide. So we have a series of comparisons here. Actually, do you mind jumping up to the slide after the site plan? I think we missed that one. Keep going up. Yeah, 21. So just as a reminder of kind of where we started this process and how far we've come to today. On the left is the first HGC meeting and our first site plan. On the right is where we are today. We've obviously incorporated tremendous feedback and made significant changes in all aspects. So height, setback, scale, massing. We've pivoted project type entirely along Kingston Avenue to the townhouses, and we've shrunken the mixed-use building considerably in addition to increasing setbacks considerably and removing floors. And then go back to elevation. You can actually keep going. The comparison. Okay, 35. So again, this is showing, how much has changed since the beginning. And then if you flip to the supplement, we have comparisons from the last, kind of briefly went through before.
Okay.
Next slide. Yeah, so here's the comparison of the last version of the townhouses where we've introduced that variation in roof form and increased spacing. Keep going, next slide.
Oh, no.
That happened last time.
Might have to switch over to the online version. Hold on one second.
I'm out of memory too.
We're not on a break.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Sorry, everyone.
There we go.
Yep.
So showing the comparison with the Gateway building, most importantly, the increased setbacks for the upper level, further refinement of the stepping, both in plan, but also in section of the roof parapet lines, both on the third floor base as well as the upper level, as well as introducing new details of the ground floor to break down scale vertically. Next slide. Similar story along the east property line compared to where we were before. Next slide. So jumping to renderings, here's a view of Kingston Avenue looking east at the new townhouse design, where you can clearly see the variation in roof form and the staggered setbacks. As Angie mentioned, we've also introduced true front entry porches. Wilmore is a front porch community, so we've introduced 8-foot deep front porches in a variety of styles. Next slide. This is a straight-on view from across Kingston Avenue, showing this variety of front porch conditions, the variation in roof line, but also how the Gateway building, the center of the site, is just really not even part of the pedestrian experience, even from across Kingston Avenue. Next slide. Here's a view of Mint and Kingston, the far corner. This shows the last two townhouses in that final grouping where they rotate 90 degrees oriented towards Mint to create a dialogue with the quadplex across the street. This also shows the Gateway building beyond, kind of going up the hill to West Boulevard. Next slide. This is a corner of West Boulevard and Mint, the far corner. This shows the Gateway building at the corner with a 3-story base, and how with the increased setbacks of the upper floor, it really kind of fades into the background. The true pedestrian experience is of that 3-story base. It also shows the change in program at this particular corner where we have retail space and different fenestration and material to indicate that change in program. That retail fronts landscape patio space. This also shows how we'll preserve the existing Wilmore sign at the corner there. Next slide. This is a straight-on view from across West Boulevard of the restored school facade. So removing the addition, restoring the windows. This also shows how the setback of the Gateway building aligns with the school theater, which create this fantastic negative space in the center of the site to kind of really present the restored school in a very prominent manner. Next slide. This is a view of West Boulevard looking west, again showing the restored school and the Gateway building beyond. Next slide. Digging into some of the details on the townhouses. Again, another shot of the context, this one photoshopped to show how well the townhouses fit into the context of the street. Next slide. A view of the typical groupings to show kind of dimension and spacing. So each typical townhouse is about 15.5 feet wide. A grouping of 4 is 62 feet long. They step in and out in plan in addition to change in material between each townhouse. And then the spacing between is the 11 feet, which is a little more than 2/3 the width. Next slide. This is a view of the Kingston townhouses, again, showing that tapered setbacks and how that further emphasizes the variation in roof form as well as the front entry porches.
Slide 42.
I skipped that. Yeah, there we are.
Okay. So, so with this, the spacing again was important, and the void space or the negative space. And I want to go back to the site plan if you can, and refer back to the modulation of space, not only in plan, which, I'm sorry, yes, the other one, where it said the shadowing, the yellow shadowing. Because I think that is absolutely important here to know how the site plan and the buildings have been articulated, which I believe is slide 24. And in slide 24, you could see the movement not only on the South Mint side, but there is also articulation on the Kingston side. That's the spacing. And then we have the height as well, which is 7.8. And by using scale reducing techniques, the roof planes, boxing, eave, fenestration, and not being the tallest on the block. Is that correct? So the townhomes that are
That's right.
as compared to the adjacent structures. Let's see. So the spacing actually is also within the 360 degree from the center of the site. So as they relate to the structures across the street, not only the quads, but also the other single family homes that are on the Kingston side. All right. So 7.9 scale, right? 7.9 number 2, where it also talks about the Wilmore corridor having, incorporated storefront on the corner, but how it articulates and it just turns the corner into the residential side. So the corner townhome that fronts South Mint, faces South Mint, but it actually turns, it's a quad building, and it relates to slide 23, please. So you can see 2 units are facing South Mint and 4 units actually faced Kingston. So it talks about how the building should be stepped back and care should be taken to design structures on the edge of the districts where residential streets meet corridor zone for different uses. And I think this is a good example where the two kind of meet. You've got the single family homes to the east versus multifamily to the west. And then to the south, you have commercial. So there is a blend of a variety of types of buildings. Again, though, I want to reiterate the modulation of space on the site plan that certainly fits within the context of the 360 degrees.
Can you jump back to the supplement? Keep going past the rendering. Yeah, there we go. 19. So in terms of materiality, the townhouses, the base is predominantly a modular brick. I've got proposed samples here, or a 1x7 larger format painted lap siding. For the base, we also have a 6/1 window style. The upper floors, the windows shrink in scale and convert to a 4/4, also with standard HTC style window trim. And then the lap siding transitions to a smaller scale 1x4. And then for all of the roofs, we maintain a minimum of a 312 slope. Next slide. This is just going through each grouping. This is the east elevation of the first grouping. Next slide. This is the second grouping and showing the variety of both roof line conditions as well as a variety of front entry porch conditions, all with an 8-foot minimum depth. Next slide. This is the third grouping. Next slide. And this is the final grouping that transitions in scale a bit as we get to the mint frontage, which has, the commercial uses and the quadplexes. This also shows how the last townhouse is rotated 90 degrees with a front porch that wraps the corner. Next slide. This is the elevation of the two townhouses oriented towards mint with the front porches. We also introduce a third floor recessed terrace to speak to the upper floor balconies of the quadplex across the street. Next slide. Section through the townhouses, kind of showing all these materials coming together, the stepping and the massing. This also shows how the structured parking will be 100% concealed behind the buildings. Next slide. So some of the standard details on the townhouses. In terms of window trim, we're following and eave details, we're really following the guidelines precisely. This also shows the two window types, the window in brick with a soldier course header and a row lock sill, and then the window in siding with the painted trim. Next slide. Some of the porch details, this shows the 8-foot depth with the tapered painted wood columns with head and base details, and then it's sitting on a 4-foot high brick base. For the townhouse front entries, we have painted wood doors with divided light glazing over a solid panel with entry sconces on either side. Next slide. So on the details to the gateway building, again, this architecture is influenced more by the institutional buildings, both the school next to it, as well as the Cavalry Church buildings across the street. Here's where we introduce scale reducing techniques vertically by creating this in and out brick pattern at the base with a brick band, kind of creating a lower register, and then the 2 floors of brick above that. And then the 4th floor is set back all around, and we've introduced variation in parapet height to further break down the scale there. Next slide. Same strategy at the corner. This is the corner of Mint and West. This is also where we introduced the larger format storefront windows at the small retail space. Next slide. So zooming into the detail of how we're breaking down scale vertically, again, the in and out brick coursing. So there's 4 courses of brick that are coplanar, and then the next course is in 3/4 of an inch. There's the same detail of the Cavalry Church, and then the lower band. This creates 11-foot kind of lower register. And then the middle section ranges from 22 to 23.5 feet, depending on the parapet condition. And then the upper floor setback is between 11 and 12 feet. Next slide. Section through the retail at the West Boulevard side, showing that change in fenestration type, as well as the relationship to the retail patio and the sidewalk adjacent. Next slide. So some of the details on the gateway building, starting at the top, we have painted lap siding, painted wood trim at the parapet. We have smaller format windows at the upper level to further emphasize the scale reducing elements. At the parapet of the 3rd level, there's 2 heights. There's the higher height where the cast stone parapet acts as a guardrail, and then the lower height where we introduce behind the stone parapet a painted vertical aluminum railing. And then the base of the building, this is a detail showing how that in and out brick coursing and the stone bandwork. And there's a picture of the Cavalry Church building, which has the same detail at the base. Next slide. So we've received, from the beginning, tremendous support from HGC for saving and restoring the historic school, which was approved last meeting, as you know. However, it is important to emphasize there will not be a school restoration project without the approval of the rest of the site today. The school is in dire condition after decades of neglect. These are photos from a structural assessment we commissioned from an engineer. The ones on the left show that there's actually considerable settling and sinking of about a third of the structure. It's actually settled almost 4 inches. It's very clearly evidenced in the misalignment of the bricks in the water table. This extreme settlement obviously has ripple effects through the structure, through windows, through roofing and parapets. It's a big challenge to mitigate. In the basement, there's been water just leaking excessively for years or even decades. That's created excessive water damage, as well as corrosion to the concrete and the rebar structure. And then perhaps worst of all, the school is subject to excessive and frequent vandalism and theft, and really is a safety hazard for the neighborhood. We have visited the school several times over many months. Every time we go, there is new damage. There's another window that's been broken beyond repair. There's been more things stolen from the building. And if someone doesn't step in soon, this story will just continue and continue, and the school will further deteriorate. So we're seeking site plan approval today, and any lingering comments on details can be worked out directly with HTC staff. We must get this approval today in order to proceed with our rezoning hearing by the deadline. If we do not get approval today, the project fails, resulting in significant consequences for the site and school. The status quo continues for what will likely be years longer. The school further deteriorates, make it even more challenging for a future attempt to save it, and the site continues to be a safety hazard for the neighborhood. Or even worse, one of the many previous developers bidding on the site who plan to demolish the school via the 1-year waiting period could scoop up the site next. To conclude, this has been a challenging but very positive process. The design has come a very long way, incorporating HDC feedback at each step, and the result follows the HDC guidelines. We have clearly put tremendous effort into the design and have landed in a good place with a beautiful and thoughtful project that fits well into the neighborhood and balances HDC requirements with the realities of keeping the project viable. Please approve today so we can successfully bring life to a fantastic site and a key historic building in Wilmore. Thanks.
We have several speakers, some of whom are in the room and online. How would you like to proceed? Just
In the order that
okay.
they appear they've signed up?
Sure.
That's fine.
I believe online we have Sam and Mike Mechna. Sam and Mike, are you there?
Oh, yeah, it's just me, Mike Menchaca.
Okay. I believe you had some supplement information that I'm pulling up now.
Yeah.
If you could say your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Mike Menchaca. Last name is Menchaca.
Okay. And your address?
We live at 417 West Kingston Ave, second house down from the Wilmore School lot on Kingston. We've been residents of Wilmore for about 8 years now.
And do they need to be sworn in? Does Mike?
Yes. Do you need to be sworn in?
I swore in earlier, beginning of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your comments. I have your graphics on the screen.
Candace,
Oh.
before Mike proceeds, just in case anyone else hasn't been sworn in, should I
Oh,
give that?
yes,
Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair.
If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mike, you can continue with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm calling to speak in opposition to the current proposal. I still believe the proposed new construction is still incongruous with the HTC design standards, and I still don't think it respects the context of our historic neighborhood. The Gateway building design doesn't look like it changed a lot since the last meeting in December, which I think there's still very glaring issues with the height and the width. I still think the scale of the 4-story design overpowers the school as well as our surrounding neighborhood. So just on this first slide, I reference here the design standard 7.8, number 2, height and width. The height of a proposed building should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block within a 360-degree range of visibility of the same type. And since day one, it's been the Calvary United Church has been this sort of historic reference for height in the neighborhood. And the historic ridgeline for the church is about 38 foot above its grade. And just looking at this elevation here, you can see how even that 38 foot above grade kind of is harmonious with the historic Wilmore School itself. And just that upper level, this 4th floor, this 46 feet above the Wilmore School lot grade, it's very overpowering, and I think it overpowers the context of our neighborhood. You can go ahead and go down to the next slide. Thank you. This slide I made is a sort of one-point perspective. If you are standing on the intersection of West Boulevard and Mint, looking up Mint Street, I'm not an architect, so I had to sort of piece this together as best as I could. But I took the elevation of the homes across the street on the west side of Mint Street and lined that up with the elevation of the current design. And this just kind of shows what the scale of this is going to look like in context to our neighborhood across the street. The pedestrian size, the lower 3 levels look to be in context, but it's still that 4th story. I think it very much stands out and kind of competes with the neighborhood. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. I'm sure you all recognize these slides. I haven't really changed them that much except for just updating the site plans. This one I've always had in. It's just about this Gateway apartment building being significantly visible around the neighborhood. I still believe that's the case, even with the updates to this 4th story upper level around the neighborhood. And even in the renderings I can still see that this 4th story upper level of this Gateway building will be significantly visible from our normal pedestrian views in our neighborhood. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. This gets into the townhomes. This is a slide I've been using to just kind of keep track of setbacks along our street on Kingston Ave in terms of the townhome development. I updated it to show just kind of what the setbacks look like. And it just kind of shows the step down that they've been working on. I'm actually kind of warming up to the townhomes and the setbacks and the work that they've done. Can the setbacks be more organically stepped back to blend in with the neighborhood? Maybe, but I honestly kind of warmed up a little bit to the townhomes. Go ahead to the next slide, please. This shows the elevation on our street on Kingston Ave with the townhomes and the Gateway behind it. I think the scale is still not respecting the immediate context of the neighboring homes because of the Gateway in the back, just that absolute height of that upper level. I think there's no ignoring that or avoiding it. It very much sticks out, and I think it will be significantly visible and undermine the context of our neighborhood. And I think that's pretty much it for me. And I just want to close by saying, do I like the idea of the historic school being preserved and the rest of the lot being developed into something to be a positive addition for our neighborhood? Yes, of course, that's a great idea. It's a perfect idea. It's very nice, but I believe it's not worth the cost of undermining and the context of our neighborhood. And I think just this Gateway building, there's some very overpowering scale issues still. And to quote the design standards, just 6.1 in the introduction of section 6, The goal for creating a new building within a historic district should be to fit in and not stand out. The design of a new multifamily building should respect and not compete with its historic neighbors because preservation of the distinctive character of the district is the overarching goal. And I don't believe that's being achieved right now. Thank you for your time. That's about all I got.
Thank you. Perhaps we should allow the applicants to rebuttal after we've gone through all of the, okay. We're going to move on to Grayson Hawkins. I believe he's online as well. I'm sorry.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You provided supplemental information, which is also online. If you could say your name and spell your last name and address for the court reporter, and you have also been sworn in, correct?
Yes, was sworn in when Mike did it.
Thank you.
Grayson Hawkins, Hawkins is last name, and 1701 Merriman Avenue is my street address.
Thank you. You can continue with your comments.
Great, thanks. So this is a project I've followed pretty closely, and I've actually been involved advocating for the preservation of the school going back to 2020 on behalf of the neighborhood. And prior to that, I think for the last decade or so, there had been different volunteers advocating for the preservation of the school and for CMS to sell this really critical piece of property in the center of our neighborhood. So we were all very excited to see it on the surplus list. And the overwhelming ask from the neighborhood at the time was for preservation. And I went and spoke to CMS, and we were very fortunate that they chose a developer that was going to move forward with preservation as opposed to someone that wasn't. I have been a little reluctant to speak up during this process because I'm volunteering and just don't want to make broad representations on behalf of the neighborhood, but I do want to speak up as a neighbor and an individual who's followed this very closely. I'm extremely impressed with how the plans have evolved and greatly appreciative of the HTC and community feedback that has gotten it to the place where it is. I think it's really kind of blended the context and preservation and complements the surrounding architecture, and it really seems like everyone's gone above and beyond to deliver a really thoughtful project for the neighborhood. I think in particular, just the streetscape, the setback of the upper stories, just for the pedestrian viewpoints, the subgrade parking, I think is pretty incredible and really probably the only way that a project of this scale works. The spacing of the townhomes, just the overarching theme, I think that really resonates me is partnering in preservation. And I think we are just really fortunate to have a developer that's willing to go through these lengths in order to preserve the school. And I really think those details can't be overlooked. And remarkably, despite the CMS process and all these strict guidelines, I think they found a way to fit it within the guidelines. And then I know, feasibility is not part of this conversation or an HTC guideline, but I think from a practical viewpoint, it's remarkable that we've all come together to kind of reach this outcome and be able to preserve this school that has so much historical importance to the neighborhood and neighbors. And there really is a lot of emotional value that I've been told through various neighbors who've been here for much longer than I have. So I think this is one where, if passed, would be a really great outcome for the neighborhood. And I don't see a clear path to reaching a better outcome. I do have concerns of what will happen to the school or what is feasible on this block that includes preservation that doesn't, have at least this amount of scale, if not more. So I really just want to lend my support and just hope that HTC takes that all into consideration. And, again, I think it fits within the guidelines, and I really hope that it gets passed today.
Thank you, Grayson.
Thank you.
Next, we have Todd Moore. Oh, please come up.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you show me the Mid Street house?
Sir, before you start, we're gonna need your name and address.
Yes, my name is Todd Moore. My
Okay,
address is 1718 South Mint Street.
and you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the slide you're referencing?
Let's see, 8. Maybe I can do it with 8.
Okay,
All right. What was the one we were just on? 9.
9, okay.
If you are going to speak, please take the mic with you if you don't mind.
Okay.
That's my house. I bought that house in a neighborhood. And the idea of looking at a 50-foot structure in front of my house is not very appealing. Also, the idea of a development that dense directly across the street. There's a lot of traffic on Mint Street, and with their entrance, it will make it a nightmare. It's already a nightmare to turn in my driveway. Add a few hundred people across the street. It really will hurt things. I actually didn't come to any of these meetings before because honestly, I never thought that the historic district would consider a multifamily building, considering it's a neighborhood. There's no other multifamily structures other than the quadplexes that look exactly like houses in the area. So I don't understand why it should be considered. Also, looking at their plans, I will get the pleasure of looking at some retail spaces and the entrance to a subterranean parking deck, which doesn't seem very historic to me. Thank you for hearing me out. Just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're gonna hear from Rebecca Taft. Rebecca, are you available?
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes,
can you
we-
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. She is not.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Rebecca, could you say your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Rebecca Taft, that's T as in Tom, A, F as in Frank, F as in Frank, and I live at 1553 Wilmore Drive.
Thank you. You can proceed with your comments.
I joined the call today to voice support of this project as a Wilmore resident. I do appreciate and agree with many of Mr. Menchaca's and Mr. Moore's points. I also
Rebecca, are you able to, Rebecca, I'm sorry. Are you able to speak a little bit louder? The court reporter's having a hard time hearing you.
I can. Is this any better?
Thank you.
I do appreciate many of Mr. Menchaca's and Mr. Moore's points. However, I also appreciate the effort that's been put forth in restoring the school and creating a design of the project that does a good job of integrating multi-family residential while also keeping in mind that it is a historical district. And I also appreciate that this encourages growth and cohesion with developments that continue to happen across West Boulevard and Tryon. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nathan Milan. Nathan, are you available?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Have you been sworn in, Nathan?
I don't believe so.
All right, if we have anyone else on the line, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Nathan, if you could state your name, spell your last name, and say your address for the court reporter, and please speak loudly. Thank you.
Sure, my name is Nathan Milam. My last name is spelled M-I-L-A-M, as in Mary. And my address is 1561 Wilmore Drive.
Thank you. You can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. So I've been a resident of Wilmore for about 7 to 8 years. Certainly have a love and appreciation for the historic character of the neighborhood. And I wanted to call in and just give my support of the project, and listening to Grayson and Rebecca's comments, echo some of the things that they've touched on, which is, I'm here to support the project, particularly given some of the changes that have been made to the design, which I feel are much more contextual within with the surrounding neighborhood. I think the design as it currently stands fits, well with the existing conditions of the site in the neighborhood, and to be honest, it most importantly brings back life to a huge block in our neighborhood that has sat empty for quite a while. So just overall, the attention to detail that's in this site plan, especially with the revisions, which to preserve the school and incorporate it into the new proposal, which I think are incredible. And I do fear that if this project fails, to some of the points that were made at the beginning, we will lose the school with it. And what might be in its place would not be something that would fit as well as this very thoughtful design does. And then the last thing I just wanted to share is that, I feel like the design and project team here have reacted, to the criticisms or challenges, well, and really been very thoughtful, and just the care and the effort that they put forward in these plans. Just wanted to share that it's, much appreciated as a neighbor and as a Wilmore resident. And that's all I have to share today.
Thank you, Nathan. Next speaker is Catherine Johnson. Catherine, are you available? Okay, moving on to Stuart Gray of Landmarks Commission.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Gray. I'm here representing the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission, and the address is 2100 Randolph Road, Charlotte.
And you've been sworn in many times.
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The Wilmore School, as many of you may know, is also a designated historic landmark. The Landmarks Commission has adopted in the rules of procedure to be deferential to the HDC, generally deferential to the HDC, meaning that on projects like this, we are going to defer to you for the changes that we're seeing in this proposed plan. just getting technical. It'll still go through design review for the Landmarks Commission in case the interior of this building is designated. But in general, you are the decision makers for changes to the buildings that are in the designated landmarks that are in a historic district. I've been working on this for quite a while, following it, and it's my opinion that if a site plan is not approved today, then the outlook for preservation of the Wilmore School is very, very dim. I do not see a way that this school could make it through another process like this. And I am concerned, we don't have anything from CMS, but I am concerned that if this fails, that CMS would consider a developer that would not preserve the school. In addition to that, the school is not being maintained. So even if there was some sort of commitment to preserving the school, I do not see that if the current practices are followed, that the school may lose integrity or structural stability in the time it would take for a new project to be approved. So for those reasons, I'm urging you, and I do not want to get into the technical of what can and can't be approved today, but I would urge the HDC to look at this as a question of what needs to be approved today so that they can proceed with the rezoning and get the project, keep the project moving forward. There are many details I'm sure that you are concerned about, but again, I don't want to lose the big picture. Again, I think I'm sounding like a broken record, but if a decision's not made today to move forward, then we're going to lose the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. And last but not least, Mr. Jack Thompson from PNC.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Jack Thompson, Thomson. There is no P in that. At 10401 McCoy Road, the Albert McCoy Farm, a designated local landmark in the National Register Historic District. Folks, yes.
And you've been sworn.
And I have been sworn in, thank you, yes. Folks, I'm the Western Regional Director for Preservation North Carolina. It's the statewide historic preservation nonprofit. We've got a staff of 20. We've got 3 regions across the state. We've worked to save over 900 properties permanently across the state. 300 in my Western region, and Charlotte is in the West, according to our definitions. In 1979, the North Carolina General Assembly passed a bill that allows units of local government, and indeed school boards are considered units of local government, to enter into private negotiations when it comes to the disposition of surplus properties that are deemed historic in private negotiations with a preservation nonprofit. This is in contrast to the typical method of the disposition of surplus government properties through an upset bid period process. I think we can consider ourselves lucky that we are in this situation. We're honored that CMS was willing to work with us with this legislation to allow Wilmore to hopefully go through this process. Preservation North Carolina ultimately will own this building for about 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, we will put a permanent preservation easement on the building that will permanently protect it. There will no longer be an issue of 365-day delay in demolition. I think as beloved an institution as many may feel CMS is, and value to our community, that the track record of their ability to remain good stewards of historic properties in their care can be considered somewhat questionable with a pretty simple survey of the older properties in their care, even many of those that come from the mid-century range, which we should also be working to save. PNC has worked with this process over 30 times across the state, and it has resulted in $50 million of investment in historic properties, aside from the infill development that we see at these other sites. We're excited to be a part of the process. I echo Mr. Gray's comments relative to the need of urgency. I applaud the historic district's tenacity, diligence in working to bend the trajectory of change rather than freezing our historic neighborhoods in amber. I think that should be considered part of your responsibility. And I think the results that we have seen in the presentation bear out the good productivity that this body has accomplished. And therefore, I strongly urge the body to consider approving this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
All right, so we've heard,
Oh, of course. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter.
Yes, Valerie Berry, 1549 Wilmore Drive.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'll be brief. I share the same support that a few others have had. I think the revised design is very cohesive with the neighborhood and it'll fit in well. It has the same character and look as a lot of the other neighboring homes. Another big benefit I think it would have is safety. So I feel like overall Wilmore is a very safe neighborhood, but this is one area that lacks that right now. The abandonment, it's vandalized like they showed pictures of, but also you see people in and out all day. It's just not a great look for the neighborhood. There's also overgrown landscaping, trash everywhere. So I just think it'll be a big benefit for the neighborhood. So I'll keep it brief. Thanks.
Thank you.
all right, thank you to the public and all of our speakers. I think we need to have our applicants have an opportunity. Not sure if you were taking notes during all of that, but you can have a rebuttal, time for rebuttal.
You want to start?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so to the very first speaker, Sam, was it?
Sam and Mike, yes.
Okay, so just wanted to respond to that as far as the height and width on the Mint Street side. He did say that he was warming up to the townhome side, so I felt like that was a positive response. And that, you know, as far as the modulation, articulation of the components, again, I want to refer him to the site plan and not just look at it in flat plane, but also as it translated up. And there was a slide, Candace, that showed in, I believe it was in the supplemental information that showed the Mint Street side that slide, no, but keep 28. So slide 28 and 29. And I think from the beginning, when this project first started and it came to me, this is actually has come leaps and bounds as well. You can see the shadowing, the in and out, the movement, that the modulation of space, fenestration, height, scale, massing. The first gentleman referred to the fourth level. And he calls it I guess a story or so, or a tower. I don't see it as a tower. It is, you know, steps back 12 feet, steps in 12 feet. And it does relate to the school, as you could see the materials. There's another slide, a perspective slide, Candace, the corner of Wilmore and Mint. It was a perspective.
Was it in the,
Go up.
Keep going.
go up? Okay.
Probably
12,
12 or 13.
slide 12. Again, this is as it relates to the residential side, but then slide 13. You can absolutely see everything in plan work its way vertical, and that you would have to stand at a certain spot at a certain time, you know, with 35-mile-an-hour vehicles looking at the upper level. And I think that the concern, there could be other maybe means to scale reducing techniques of that upper level that can be accomplished. So I wouldn't want that to be a hiccup for his approval. The second was Grayson, and certainly absolutely appreciate that. I'll let you speak to Grayson.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to reiterate that probably the most powerful images are the perspectives. I think the board has agreed before that, collapsing an elevation is not the true pedestrian experience. If you go to Kingston View, slide 10, and then slide 11, that gateway building is just not part of the pedestrian experience. Yes, if you're standing and looking between the spacing between the townhouses, you will see it beyond, but it's just not part of that pedestrian experience. Also, just to set the record straight on height of the gateway building, the typical height is 44.2 inches. I think 50 feet, 46 feet was thrown out. And the Calvary Church building we're referencing is not the sanctuary building. It's the one beside it. It's the institutional building that's actually also 4 floors. And we're within inches of the height of that building. And then otherwise, I think what Stuart mentioned is absolutely true. This is the moment in which this school is saved or not. And I think the pictures speak for themselves that this school is in dire condition. And there's just the reality of what it takes to make that endeavor to restore the school feasible. And I think we've listened to the commission tremendously throughout the process, and hopefully we've gotten to a successful place. Thank you.
One more?
Sure, go for it.
So with Mr. Todd Moore in opposition, I know right now what you're seeing is a blank slate, open parking lot, abandonment, trash, as you mentioned, and more open space. But I think the benefit of having something that is a pleasing element to the neighborhood goes just one particular corner being commercial, everything else is residential, I do think blends with the residential. And then I just want to end with one thing, if I may. Jack Thompson said, bend versus freeze, right? Bend, instead of freezing time, that you're bending the elements. And I think that is, thank you for saying that. I think that's exactly what you want to do, is not freeze a moment in time and not create a Hollywood stage set of what was, but what is and what can be. So,
thank you.
All right, thank you to everyone. Commissioners, questions? Well, first of all, as one commissioner, I want to say great progress from where we started to where we are today. Commendable progress, and the detail that was brought today, especially these, as you mentioned, these perspective renderings, huge help to those of us that are more visual people to see the impact to the neighborhood. So I really want to commend you for having the wisdom to seek counsel and someone that's experienced in working with the standards. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do. So great job there. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I echo everything the chair just said. Great job with all the bending that you've done. I just had 2 questions. One is, have you done whatever would be necessary to in fact confirm that the Wilmore School can be saved?
Yes. So we had a structural engineer who specializes in assessments of old buildings, and he confirmed it can be saved, but I guess money doesn't really factor into decision making. It's just going to be expensive to save it. But it is, the good news is a lot of historic conversions are old mills that have wood structure. This does not have wood structure. This has concrete structure. So with the exception of the settling issue and the basement area that has excessive flooding, we're very lucky here to have good solid bones behind all the mess.
Great, thank you. And then the only other question I do have, because I'm still a little uncomfortable with the Mint Street, two things. I think, Angie, you said this, that the cutouts were 12 feet, but it looks like on slide 24, they're 10 feet.
Yes, if you zoom in, they're 11 feet. So it's basically we're using that kind of 11-foot kind of gap dimension consistently throughout.
But
So
they,
it's not
they're
just-
set back 10 feet, right? That's
10
what I'm seeing.
10 feet in some areas, 12 feet in others.
don't
The
see 12
smallest
feet.
setback on any frontage is 10 feet. The
Hmm.
range is from 10 to 12, 14.
Okay, I just see two that are at 10 feet. I don't,
So you see the top right is 12 feet. The next one over is 14 feet. If you go pan right. Then down by West Boulevard is 11.7. Property line is 11 feet.
You can point.
okay, and my other question is the full length of that building is what? I calculated like over
So the
200.
full length is 247 feet, which is 4 feet shorter than the full length of the school building.
247 feet.
Yeah, and the school is 251 feet.
Mhm. Thanks, that's all.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Can you explain when you're saying that you need approval for the site plan? I just want to know exactly what we're
So
approving.
I think that's more into is, let's say you had a comment on the window type or the porch detail. That we're proposing to address directly with staff. In order for this project to move forward, we need overall site plan massing approval, and then rezoning can proceed by the deadline. And there's a deadline. And if we don't meet the deadline, then it's over.
So we are approving the architecture and whatever we feel comfortable if we were to pass it and we said, but you have to
But
work
work out
with
details with
staff
staff,
on
exactly.
that.
And we expect
Okay.
that this is a big project. We can't figure out, as hard as we tried, we can't figure out every detail. So we expect to work with staff to refine everything if we.
I'm just
move
not
forward.
used to when you say approved site plan, that I just wanted to
Okay,
clarify that. Okay,
understood.
Candace,
thank
can
you.
you chime in on that?
Yeah, so if you were to approve the site plan, you're approving the buildings as outlined the footprint here.
Okay.
So if the fenestration changes or if you want something different, then they can come back or
Okay,
that can be worked out at a later time. But to move forward with the rezoning, the footprint of the site plan needs to be approved.
so we could say we're approving page whatever.
Page 20, yes, slide 20 of the site plan, and that will help them move forward with the rezoning.
Okay.
And then you're also able to approve or make a decision on other aspects of the project. And if things are left undecided, that can be resolved through a new application and we can resolve them in a different.
But you're asking for.
Yes,
massing the height.
rezoning cannot proceed unless at a minimum, we get a site plan approval.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd love everything to get approved and then we can just work with staff to iron out the details.
I'll
Uh,
concur.
Commissioner Lineberger and then Commissioner Whitlock, and our attorney has something, so we may want to defer to the attorney first.
Just to clarify, because today is the last day that the commission would have the ability to look at the project and make a decision on the project before the 180 days are over, the commission needs to make a decision on all of the aspects of the application that you've considered, whether that's approving or denying. If you leave any matters unresolved as to what was presented today, at the 180th mark, it'll automatically become approved.
Okay.
Commissioner Lineberger?
So Candace, can I have some more clarity on the site plan? When you say approve the footprint in the site plan, is that saying we're approving, say we move forward and approve the site plan and the footprint? That includes we're approving a 4-story structure? Okay,
No.
that's what I want clarification on.
Can I speak?
Hold on, hold
okay.
just a second. That was a question to Candace, and you can
Okay.
definitely chime in after Candace answers.
You can separate out your motion to just the site plan for them to continue the rezoning, and that would be just the site plan as the footprint. And then you can make a decision on the Gateway building and the townhomes separately if you so desire. And then that's where you would make the determination if it's 4 stories or not. But you would make a separate motion for that. So simply approving the site plan only approves the site plan, not any other aspect of the property.
So it's just footprint.
Just
and
the
setback.
footprint and the setback.
Yeah, Krista, and we would, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, we would certainly have to break this into multiple parts, essentially. Multiple motions, from, given the complexity of, the project.
So can I speak
Yes.
that a key part of zoning is also height? That can't be ignored. Or, technically this zoning district, I believe, has a 65-foot, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's more than we're showing. Then what will happen is in that approved zoning site plan will be those heights as well. So it's not just about the footprint. Zoning is basically all things massing, setback plan, et cetera.
That was a very important detail. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes. So on the zoning plan, it will say, if this site plan and massing was approved, we would say that, max height of the building above grade. They measure it a little bit differently. We'd have to, but the height measured above grade would be match whatever's, in our sections here.
Monica would like to make a statement.
Yeah, on the zoning point, just another layer to add is that this is coming up against our deadline for cases submitted prior to the implementation of the UDO. So this case will have to be required to go to hearing by April and to decision by December, or it starts over again, which will complicate.
Yeah, I mean,
matters with it.
that would make the project fail. Goodness, that, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to make sure that's like another layer added on to the
Okay.
case.
Commissioner Whitlock, sorry about that.
Well, my questions keep changing, but, so if we did to break it up into 3 and we approved the site plan, what has to happen what if we don't approve the other 2 or one of the other 2?
And it doesn't.
If we do.
Is
not-
that question to us or?
I was actually for you,
Okay.
Candace. I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Yeah. Yeah, if we decided to break it up into 3 and vote on, we passed the site plan, but nothing else, what happens?
The applicant has an opportunity to resubmit an application and be heard again under a different case number.
In 3 months, right? How long is that period?
Yeah, so they would have to wait 2 months if it was a denial, but we do have a backlog. So approximately 4 months from now.
So this is where the definition of site plan is key. So, and there's also contractual obligations with CMS that, doesn't pertain, but just as important to making the project succeed. If site plan is defined by height, setback, massing, basically the envelope, then zoning can proceed. We can proceed with our contractual obligations. And if other things, window fenestration, materials, all of that other stuff needs review again, that wouldn't put in jeopardy the rezoning and the contractual obligations. But if site plan was defined as just the 2D plane, then that doesn't get us what we need to successfully rezone and adhere to the contractual obligations with CMS.
So if I may add one more thing, I think if The ideal situation today would be to get the site plan approved, get the massing of the setbacks and the vertical articulation, and then work with staff to get particular details resolved. And those details are roofs, windows, doors, porches, materials, in that realm, if that would be the ideal situation.
And members of the board, before we move on, we do have additional comments from Monica Holmes. And before you go on, could you introduce yourself and explain your role so that they can understand where you're coming from?
Sure, I'd be happy to. My name's Monica Holmes. I'm the Deputy Planning Director and just here to answer clarifying questions and provide leadership for HTC. So there, just a clarifying point on the rezoning process too, is that anything that the rezoning process can include notes, cannot include notes as those see fit. So it can have a specific height. If it is silent, then the commission will still have final say because the commission is the kind of overriding body in the zoning process after rezoning on top of rezoning. So the rezoning can stay silent and the district will guide it until the commission approves a plan and the project. So there's not, there's no assumptions made by the rezoning as to what the heights are, and notes can or cannot be included as appropriate. I cannot speak to any contractual obligations with CMS or any of that, but per the rezoning process, that is kind of the standard. So there's some discretion within that as to what's included in the application.
Okay, so that's helpful.
So in the past, we have looked at high-level things, and we haven't really discussed the details. It sounds like those high-level things would be the same thing as the site plan for their purposes. Yes? Yeah, so let me call out what those high-level things are. So high-level context, setback, spacing, orientation, massing and complexity of form, height and width, scale. What I would imagine, given this plan, directional expression would be included in that. So what's left is foundations, roof form and materials, cornices and trim, doors and windows, porches, and materials.
So you could make a decision on high-level items and put into your motion that you have not made any motion on such as materials, and the applicants can come back with a new application for those items. No?
If I may just very quickly, just again to clarify, the commission has to make a decision on all items presented today, whether that is approval or denial. You cannot leave anything behind. At this juncture, unfortunately, there is no opportunity for continuing matters. My understanding is from the applicant's point of view, at the very least, there is one aspect of the project that they have urgency for you to consider approval of, but legally speaking, you have to make a decision, if you so desire, today, because if you do not, if anything gets left behind at that 180-day mark, whatever you have not decided that is affirmatively denied will default to being approved.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
But we can do a two-part motion. We can approve things, high-level things like massing and spacing and all that stuff, but deny materials and things.
That is correct.
Commissioner Lineberger?
This is a Monica question. If you could still clarify, this is still so confusing to me. So the site plan, just if I give a hypothetical, say we approve the site plan today. And so we're not limited by a height or we're not saying we approve that height. We would still, because the project would still come back to us for the other details.
Well, I think, and clarify me if I'm wrong, that it would be the motion in which you make, and if you include that or not with the height in it, in that is, if you deny that component, you approve the site plan. It's with the rezoning, it will depend on what the notes are, but anything approved in that is superseded by HDC and if it comes back in the future, those subsequent decisions, anything more restrictive, if that makes sense.
They just said that height is included in that.
Right, that's why I'm.
Yes, and then additional to that, due to contractual obligations, we can't have height be an open-ended question to go back through the entire cycle again. We wouldn't be able to perform on the contract if that was still something that the HGC could.
So we need to address that today.
It needs to be addressed today.
Yeah, to my point is I can't speak to their contractual obligations, only the rezoning aspect in that you're not required basically in a rezoning to say it's 4 stories, 3 stories, 5 stories, if that makes sense.
And so otherwise stated, I think what Ms. Holmes, and correct me if I'm wrong, what she's trying to tell you all is that from a rezoning city perspective, you are not required to make a decision today on the height. You can certainly approve what has been provided if it meets the standards, or deny it if it doesn't. If you deny it, it is not a denial of the entirety of the site plan. It would just be a denial of that particular aspect. You may still move forward with approving the rest of the site plan. Is that correct?
That is correct from a rezoning city perspective only.
Exactly.
Work.
And if you were to deny that aspect, the height aspect, the applicant would have the opportunity to come back later on after the required period to submit a new application for your consideration. But the site plan piece, potentially without the height, could still move forward through city rezoning. That is aside from the applicant's other legal obligations.
It all
Correct.
fails if it doesn't, it's for us, it's an all or nothing. I mean, and it's.
I want to emphasize that's correct.
Yeah, because whatever zoning is, what
Site
they
the whole
need,
project.
yes. Okay, so could we start then?
Yes. Yes, oh, wait, hold on. Any other questions for the applicants before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close for deliberation. All right. So, get to the top. So we want to start with the reasons for continuance? Or do we want to just go ahead and break this? And we already know we need to break this into multiple parts?
Could we do that? Could we do it for the rehabilitation and then the new construction of the mixed use? And then the third would be, is that the townhomes?
But it's not 3 separate site plans.
No. So I'm suggesting the 3 parts be the survey site or /site plan, the mixed use building, and the townhomes. Those can be the 3 parts that we could break this into. Is that not?
That's not the way I see it.
How do you see it?
They need the footprint signed off on or denied, whatever it is, it's either signed off or denied, either through contractual or non-contractual, through zoning, whatever. If it doesn't happen today, it's gonna fail. And what needs to happen is the footprint, the massing, and the height and scale. And I don't think that we can say, oh, we passed the townhomes, but not the gateway building, or we passed the school, but not the townhomes. It may work for us that way, but it doesn't work the deal that way.
I don't agree. I don't agree. So
I think that's exactly what the applicant told us at the beginning.
And maybe what I'm thinking I'm saying versus what I'm saying and being heard is two different things. So how do you propose then, because I'm saying that we can look at the entirety of the project as it relates to how it sits on the site plan itself, and make a decision. I do think that that's a decision we can make today.
If you consider, I'm sorry, I don't want to talk over you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you consider the site plan, the footprint, the massing, the height, if that's what you're talking about, the site plan, yes. If you talk to Commissioner Parati's point where the big picture, the big level items as a entirety, and then the more detail as, those are three different, we need more detail on the townhomes, we need more detail on the Gateway building, we need, okay.
Yes.
Then that's doable.
Yes, that's what I
That's doable.
believe we could do, how we could break this up. Does anybody disagree?
So, I'm sorry for interrupting. So I think the three parts are the site plan for the three different entities of that project, and the site plan includes the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
And then there may be there's four parts total or something. Then there's the townhomes, the detail on townhomes, the detail on the Gateway, and the school's been approved, so, right? I think the
Yeah.
school's been approved, so it's really those two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then we're on the same page.
No, we had to talk through it. That's all right. All right. Bless you.
Bless you. So I guess we should start with context, right?
Yes.
I think that the applicants have come a long way and done a lot towards making the buildings feel like the rest of the neighborhood. The height is still a challenge, but it helps to hear that it is not, that it's within a few inches of Calvary. So a case can be made there. So I'm thinking context is big picture right now. I think that it works better contextually than it did in the beginning. Could it go further? I don't know. I'm curious. Can we find out? I'm just curious what Commissioner Wheat, who's a Wilmore resident, thinks. Not to put you on the spot, Commissioner Wheat, but you live over there. What are your thoughts?
I do live over there. I agree with those who spoke in favor of this. In my heart, I want that school to be preserved. And, the comment about bending, not freezing, it's in our mission statement. One of our things is to manage changes to accommodate modern living. I think that the applicant has been extremely, really responded and been respectful to the feedback that we've given. It has come a very long way. I remember there was, a wall at one point along Kingston. I'm very proud of it. I think that it would be great for our neighborhood and a great example of how you manage a huge empty lot with a dilapidated school that has beauty to it and how you preserve it. Also applaud them for keeping the sign and, removing that 1970s structure and just bringing the actual school back to life. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the big items, we were going through context. So contextually, looks like the progress that's been made is in keeping or relevant to the structures nearby. Setback is next. I think care has been given, especially on the side where the townhomes are as it relates to the other residential buildings. The other street frontages, setbacks look good there as well. All right. Spacing, I thought that, again, the spacing that, is shown on the sides where the townhomes are, very much, and the applicants took the feedback and, got that same spacing and rhythm as the other, nearby, residential structures. Okay. I see.
Yeah, as I pointed out, that Mint Street side still concerns me. 247 feet of building is large with just two 10-foot setback breaks to break it up. I just have a little concern about how huge that will seem on that street across the street from those single-family homes. 250 feet that's long. That's,
It is if it was just a long continuous wall. But they've used scale reducing techniques, and that's what we asked for. The undulation of, the different parts of the building as it goes in and out. Does that?
I'm not sure it does that enough, and that's why I
Okay.
bring it up on that slide, whatever, I think it was 29. Oh, well, no, that's 24.
Jill, what do you think about the fact that it's shorter than the school itself, the thing that it's paying homage to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that bottom shot there. Where'd it go? It was just there. Yeah. The bottom shot where it shows there's two places where it cuts back 10 feet. And it is broken up to some degree, but I feel like I'm concerned, and maybe I'm wrong, that it will just read as 250 feet long.
I think we should look at the perspective
Yeah.
because the piece on the far right comes a little bit farther forward and then the piece on the far left goes back substantially. So I just think the elevation is maybe skewing, because I looked at that myself and I feel like I'm pretty good at perspective. But when you look at that, it is just hard. But I think there's a perspective that does help.
It's the agenda supplement. It's, there's one on 10, 11, 12.
And Mint Street is a minor thoroughfare, just, if you're not familiar, you don't drive that street every day. So there's commercials, buildings. It's not a quiet residential street. It's a minor thoroughfare. That's how it's zoned.
I don't think there is actually one. There's one of each corner, but there's not.
What about
Where is
11?
one? I'm looking at it on this.
Number 11, page 11,
Yeah.
slide 11.
That's the townhouses.
That does show
Yeah.
Is she not?
show a lot
It-
more of a
it's-
breakup.
Still kind of an elevation. That's not a true perspective. Yeah, it's a rendered elevation, but there is probably a good 20, at least 20 feet, a minimum of 20 feet from one side to the other, setback with the 10 by 12 separation, and each of those individual pieces are also setback. So I feel like there's a lot more undulation than
Then that other one. I was
that.
looking
Yeah,
at,
that I don't think it gives it justice.
Yeah, okay, so those middle buildings in the front are actually sitting forward. Yeah,
And the one on,
thank you.
yeah, it's just hard to see.
No, but I appreciate that.
I withdraw my concern.
All right, so spacing looks to be good on the different street frontages. Orientation. One of the things that I wanted to point out that I thought was a good decision is here, I think this is it, here on Mint Street where there is a townhome facing the residential homes on the opposite side of the street. I thought that was thoughtful, because I've seen the opposite where people see the size of a building or the size of a townhome, which is not pedestrian friendly, And I understand it's a mini thoroughfare, but, you know, people still may be walking about, they live in the neighborhood. So just to have those kind of the front of a home or have that pedestrian interest, thought was a nice touch. Okay. Any concerns about orientation? Okay, what about massing and complexity of form?
I just want to say thank you for playing with those roof lines and adding the porches. And I feel like even since just the last presentation, I mean, you've brought them down in size substantially since the beginning, but the way that they present themselves now is so much more like a little house than a block or a chunk. It really looks a lot better, I think. That's my opinion.
Herculean. It's amazing.
Thank you. Commissioner Barr?
I think this is probably my biggest problem with this part of the project is, I mean, if you look at slide 12 of the supplement, it's that fourth floor that just takes it to the next level. And, you know, I think there may be some things that could be done there to minimize that, but just in looking at it from this corner and, you know, keep in mind directly behind us are single family homes. I mean, we have a huge, basically apartment block. And even in perspective, we're not looking at this in a 2D elevation. You know, it's fairly visible from that street corner. So I don't know that it's a deal breaker. You know, I think maybe a roof form be used here and you know, recessive techniques and things like that to help minimize that effect. But if this is you know, that's the only thing holding me back from moving forward with a site plan, you know, overhead 10,000 foot elevation look.
May I jump in there to add on to that? Candace, could you pull up the street view of that intersection, please? I think it just shows my same concern with Commissioner Barr. Because I pulled that up and that's our 360-degree context. And it's really quite a stark contrast. Mm-hmm. So that's the same, that's the current, looking at that elevation.
I mean, I think the townhomes are a great move. I'm thoroughly pleased with the work done there. To me, it's just the fourth floor of the Gateway building.
There's on the supplement package, number 42. It's the other corner. It's like Mint and Worthington, I think, down by the school. Yeah. So I mean, that has a fourth floor, but that doesn't present itself.
I think the
You know.
difference here is it's kind of like, I mean, when the school was built, they built it towards West Boulevard. I mean, it's not a highway, but it's a very busy street. And you're traveling at, you know, 30, 45 miles an hour, and you kind of expect that. And I think you kind of get that on this corner, which is nice. I mean, I like the retail grouping here. You know, the scale of this feels appropriate for West Boulevard. And granted, I don't know Mint Street as well as Commissioner Wheat, but you know, I'm just trying to be sensitive of those single families that are interior to West Boulevard.
But just having that little bit of setback on that fourth level makes a big difference, don't you think?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe this is a rendering technique.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Do you have anything that actually shows what you're talking about? The juxtaposition of that to the interior homes?
Yes.
Where is it?
Slide 12. I think we looked at that. Yeah, it's at the corner of Mint and Kingston. And maybe this gets into some of the other conversations we had in this particular meeting today. But maybe the topography is playing against it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what, if that was a beige color in this rendering, would it still seem
Yeah.
jump out at you?
I mean, I think that's the other thing too, is like, we can't take color into play, but this is not to, not to go against these guys, but it's kind of a rendering trick, make the recessive stuff darker so they kind of fall back. But they could just as easily come back and paint that yellow the
Yeah.
next day.
Bright red or something, but yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not saying that it's a deal breaker for me, but I'm just struggling with it.
Okay. All right, so I think that was massing and complexity of form, and that kind of takes us into the height and width discussion of the large items. Is there anything else to add on that? Commissioner Wojcik?
Scale, I think, goes in that big cluster.
Yeah, that's next, but.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Going
Yes.
in order.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. So height and width, I think we still have some commissioners that are challenged with the fourth story of the interior building.
But I think it's more where it's relevant on a particular corner
Okay, fair.
because you really can't see it
Mm-hmm.
from other locations. It's really that particular corner. Or that's what was brought up, was a particular corner.
Okay, and it's from that. Worthington and Mint is where the biggest concern is with the height, commissioners?
Kingston?
Kingston, sorry. I was like, where's that? Okay.
I don't mean to speak for you, Commissioner Lineberger, but I mean, do you feel like, I get that perspective. I don't want to, I just said, I thought it seemed like everybody was more concerned about it on a certain elevation than, and I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, for me, I agree. This intersection and this corner is different from West Boulevard. But overall, it's definitely, it still feels too tall and out of context, out of the 360. Like for me, if I'm looking at height and width, we go back to number one on 7.8, number one, the height and width of a new building should be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility from the center of the parcels. So it's hard for me to, when I had Candace pull up that Google Street View, I mean, for me, if you turn that around and you see, that's the 360-degree context. I mean, look at that. There's barely anything that's 1.5 stories. I mean, there's that's 2. And we've got 3-story townhomes that are right across from that, and they're right there. So overall,
This feels like the Van Landingham all over again.
it does.
Yeah.
Except it's even a greater, it's a bigger project than that. And so I'm just concerned about how we move forward with this.
So the height is definitely, I know context in conjunction with height and a bit of the scale.
Right.
Is still a concern here for particularly the interior buildings as it relates to the 4-story building, as it relates to the neighboring structures. I will say though, the part of that says visibility though, and I think the thing that I think commissioners were pointing out, or I think Commissioner Wojcik, is if the part that you can see from the perspective from that corner is where you can where it's visible. Perhaps we could focus on giving some feedback for how to bring that down some or make it less visible to neighbors, but at any rate, I saw Commissioner Taylor and then Commissioner Wojcik.
So does this speak to our discussion earlier about what is one person's definition of less visible than another person's definition of less visible? I mean, it's less visible than it was 2 sessions ago.
It doesn't say less visible, it says visibility.
It's, I don't know if this even matters, but it's potentially less visible than whatever next would come along here. I mean, it's clearly more visible than an empty parking lot. I mean, you gotta be realistic too. I mean.
Absolutely.
Which the structure that they were referring to, that the church building,
Calvary.
Calvary Church, which he said was within inches of the height of that structure. So, but we can't see it? Oh, okay. That's,
I mean, can we see it?
yeah, no, okay. But it's in the neighborhood is why it's being referred to.
Yes.
Okay.
And so
We're closed for deliberation.
So this is I'm not sure what the zoning on this property is, but it is a commercial, it's not single family residential clearly. So there's gonna be, I mean, there's the mass of it is going to be bigger than whatever across the street is. It's just, I mean, it's just going to be, unless it's zoned single family residential, there's no.
We had the same issue with Cleveland, and so we had to look for another property that was commercial like that, because it also was adjacent to single-family homes, you know? And so we've done it with Van Landingham, we did it with the Cleveland project, both Cleveland projects, and we're being asked to do it for this one. And so them using Calvary as precedent for their height is something that we've experienced with those special projects.
Okay. So I don't know where we land with the height. It seems like we're still challenged with that, but I think we can. Yes.
It seems like if we don't know where to go with the height, and we have applications where we have had to make similar calls, meaning we're comparing it to Calvary. If we have that versus losing this historic building, I think that we should be looking at that too. I mean, I don't ever want to be led by fear, but we had several professionals who spoke to the specialness of this project. It's not something that's precedent setting. We're not going to have this happen too often, much like moving the LEAP building. We're going to have, or the Leaper Wyatt building, we weren't going to have that happen too often. So this is a special situation. It fits. It is comparable to the next tallest building that is comparable, that is not residential. And we could possibly be saving this historic landmark. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Agreed. Scale, have we touched on that?
Yes and yes and yes. We've talked about the undulation, we've talked about the pedestrian perspective, we've talked about the porches and the roof lines and the dormers and the offsets and the balconies and the changes in materials. Just, I think that I think we have.
Agreed.
Candace, I just want to pause for a moment, considering where we are with the time. Should we let the applicants, we're still working on this and working through this application, so perhaps we won't be able to get to about I don't know how many more we'll be able to get to.
Right. Can we get through 10?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So picking back up, sorry about that. Okay, so scale, I think they've addressed. And directional expression, like we talked about that. Yeah, yes.
Can we plan for 10 and possibly do 11 as the applicant is in the room?
Commissioners, do we think we can get through 11
By 7.
by 7?
Well,
Touche. No, we are not.
correct.
Oh, 13.
It's Valentine's.
Yeah.
I'm unable to stay.
We don't know how.
Okay. All right, let's keep, I think we can possibly get through
10.
10.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the big items I think we have touched on. All right, so scale we said is in keeping or comparable to the tallest building in the in the district. And then directional expression has been addressed, or is there any concern with directional expression?
I think it's fine. It's fine. It relates back to I think it's fine. It relates back to the school. The Gateway building does to an extent. And then the townhome buildings, I think, that I've seen precedents for it in the 360.
Okay. Okay, so with those large items, I do feel like we can make a decision on the site plan as defined earlier in our conversation, as it relates to the envelope, the massing scale, all of those big top large items that we talked about. So commissioners, do we feel like we can make a decision at least on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
Is roof form and foundation not part of the big picture? I mean, when you think of foundation, are you thinking of materials or like, to me, like, I think that's included in the scale, the massing, the height, the sort of element. Foundation, to me, it's part of the structure in itself. It's not just, is it stone or is it brick?
I
Or,
think it's safe to say that we're looking at everything except those material details.
okay, but that's what I thought too, like materials, cornice, trim windows, like I think we're looking at.
Foundations as well?
Yeah, and roof forms is part of the scale and.
The height and everything, that can be tweaked based on tweaking the roof form as well as the foundation, yes? Or no?
Well, not in this
Okay.
situation.
All right, that's why we ask.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the builders and the architects and the designers are saying we should include those things.
Okay, so let's look at foundations, because I think that was next.
There's.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's what I thought you said.
No. I think we're looking at a lot of things that, in reality, if we're gonna vote, that we gotta decide that we like what we're seeing here and that this is what it's gonna be. And that's, might be different color, different materials, but that's what it's gonna be.
That's true. Okay. Okay.
And then you gotta decide if you like it.
So you're talking about, we're approving this thing holistically, materials, windows, everything.
No, I'm saying everything that you see there with the exception of those details, like the brick color or the,
Yes.
paint color or whatever.
Detail,
Yeah.
porch beam, things like that.
But roof structure, I think that's not gonna change.
Right.
Unless, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger?
I just have a clarification again on this approving the site plan and the envelope and the massing and the scale. So can we apply conditions to that on, can we do height as a condition and massing as a condition where we?
I think it would depend on what the condition is, because if you say something, it could be easy. If you say something else, zoning could say, oh, that's not clear and we're kicking it out. And then we get a different applicant, a year from now or something.
Well, I think what we just went through and we really focused mostly on the height. And I heard people say that's maybe not a deal breaker. And it seems like we're really close. And I mean, should we take a straw poll here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
And does everybody know what we're taking a straw poll on? Right? Like the height is at maximum in this entire project, I think 44 feet. Just so we're all clearly on the same page of what we're.
Thank you for that.
And before you all move forward to answer Commissioner Lineberger's question, you are welcome to provide conditions. However, I would defer to staff on what particular once you've identified those conditions as to whether or not that is feasible, especially taking into account the next steps in the process. And obviously we have Candace, we have Monica here that can provide any additional information process-wise. So no new evidence, just process, as Christy has done previously. If you guys had any ideas on what potential conditions you'd be interested in putting along with a potential approval.
Okay.
I just have a comment. I just think that we're feeling the pressure of approving something that normally, this is immense. This project is immense. I just don't think we would normally approve all of these items without further study from where it is now. And I appreciate saving the school and the risk of not saving the school. And, but I just feel like we're compromising what our normal process is on this commission. And we normally would go through much more stringent standards, I guess, in evaluating all of these items. We compare Van Lanningham. It's a comparison to the townhomes, but to the townhomes only. That's, to me, a small portion of this. So I guess I'm just really struggling with us tackling something and doing something that we normally wouldn't do.
But aren't we doing what we have done in the past when we view projects? And that is looking, we'll say, let's look at this from the higher level and not get into the details. I feel like this envelope support that we're possibly rendering is the higher level. And then the details are another aspect that we will still be able to weigh in on. So I don't feel that constraint. I feel like this is a higher level aspect of the project that we have pretty much talked about for months.
So are you saying you believe we are going to be able to come back with another application? Like they're going to be able to come back with another application for all these details?
Yeah, so if it's decided
So-
here that we deny we say we're gonna break this into 3 parts. if we say we deny what we've seen on the mixed-use building and or the townhomes, they have to submit a new application for those items. So is the concern that you think we're approving something that will just be and we not be able to weigh in on it?
I think that it's approving the high-level items and then not being able, then we're done with those.
But that's not what we
So,
normally.
I
We
think
can-
that's
we
what
can
they're
indicate
saying. I mean, I think that's what we've been told. That's what we would be doing.
Yeah, those 7 or 10 things we just went through, we're approving those. And then those bottom 4 things or whatever they are, the details,
And it's not per building, it's
the whole
thing.
Yeah, it feels a little different than what we've done in the past. It does feel like we're a little more locked in. For those very reasons. I mean, like, we're not changing roof forms. Often, we've said, all right, come back with a different roof form to make the building feel smaller. Or I remember, I think it was the Van Landingham estate, they had an additional floor and we needed to make it feel smaller, so they needed to change the roof forms. We wouldn't be able to do that here.
but they have changed the roof form.
Oh, they have, yeah, well, definitely with the townhomes.
And the setback on the Gateway building, that's
Yeah.
further, so a lot of that has, some people may not like it, but it has been addressed
Right.
through the renditions of going through.
And usually, to Commissioner Lineberger's point, we would continue addressing those things until we have a consensus with the commission that we agree with what's been done. And so, but now we would have to approve that.
But we just went through the big items, right? And that would, that's what the conversation I think we needed to have that conversation as we go through those big items. What are still the concerns with those outside of, and I think we need to say if the height is still an issue, the overall height, can we not ask staff about adding that condition, and is it feasible? Or what are we asking? What do we want them to do?
One of the things that I keep hearing is the middle, the Gateway building, is still contextually too large, even with the setbacks and all of that. So I think as one commissioner, I'm like, I want to save the school. They've come a long way. The neighborhood seems to like it. I feel like contextually it's a little tall for the space, but we have to bend, and so there is this, to Commissioner Lineberger's point, thank you for saying it. There does feel like there's this pressure to bless something that I might push a little further for the sake of the entire project.
And when we say push a little further, I thank you for that. I think I'm looking for what direction can we give? What do you want to see change? Because for the reasons you just stated is why I don't necessarily feel, I understand what the circumstances are, but I'm not, especially hearing from the neighbors, I'm not as bothered because it's one specific position you have to be standing in to see the interior building. Otherwise, the pedestrian perspective seems to be slightly different. So that's where I'm struggling is what do we want to see change?
And that perspective was from 50 feet back, not on the sidewalk.
So then that means you really won't see it.
Be driving.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a unique situation and, I think I really appreciate all that, everybody's concerns and really wanting it to feel like we've done everything that we ordinarily do. And it's a healthy, debate. I think we've been handed a very unique situation here that we don't have, we really don't have that option. And, does seem like, I think there's a whole lot of positive about it. I think they've really done a lot to move the needle towards what we would all hope it would be. It's not perfect.
Then let's do our straw poll.
Yeah.
Not to add another one into the mix, but just to put it out there to provide options, because it sounds like what I'm hearing is you would like potentially to have more time. As I mentioned, the last possible day for you guys to make a decision is March 11th. You could call a special meeting prior to that to allow for a few more weeks, that would only give a few more weeks, provided that you were available and that we'd have quorum.
Thank
But I
you.
just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. I think we should be capable of getting to some form of a decision, at least tonight. All right, straw poll, will you lead us off? I mean, where?
Yes, yes, approve this application, the envelope, the site plan, everything that we were seeing that, and then let staff work through the details with the materials. And,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm struggling, but if I had to say one way or the other, I'd probably be a no.
I would approve with staff to work out the details.
I would approve with staff doing the details.
I defer to the neighborhood and they want it, so I say yes.
I would approve the high level stuff. Usually we have more information for detailed things and the renderings are beautiful and we can assume a lot of things and, I trust the staff and they know this stuff better than most of us do. So, but, our level of requirement is higher for us to just shoot that over without seeing. 'Cause I know it's a big project. We go through these all the time, but we do get some details. So I'm a little less comfortable just writing that off, basically.
Okay.
Just to speak to Commissioner Barr's statements about what staff can approve, we can only approve what staff items that we would normally be able to approve.
So if there was something that come up because this is a larger project, you would come back to us with like a consent or something? Consent agenda?
If we could consent agenda the item or a new application.
Gotcha.
Okay.
We're talking about materials and architectural details, more or less, I think. And is there others that are you seeing more than that?
It's such a complex project. I don't know,
Right.
I don't know that we have like working level drawings on like all the different elevations that we haven't seen or, something like that, but.
We could always ask. We could always deny the materials.
That part,
Yes.
yeah.
And then that would come back to us.
Yes.
Yes, anything that you don't want to approve tonight that is denied can be reapplied for and would be brought back in front of the commission.
Okay. Let's keep going with the straw poll.
I'm a yes. And I was going to ask Candace, if the Greater Galilee Baptist Church, is that in the 360 view? I don't know the height of it, but it's another church that's on Mint Street and is big and tall. And I think might help, yeah, if you keep going, it might help some people with height right there. You see it right there. And that's Pots and Provisions, the green building, which isn't super tall. But this church is, anyway. And yeah.
But it's
So I
not-
just,
It's not a historic structure. Is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh.
I think,
I
Maybe
believe
it's
the church is, yes.
yeah, the church
community
is, yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
So, thank you. I just thought that might be helpful for some.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Wheat. And Commissioner Walker.
Yes, I would be a yes. I would like some sort of conditional statement about absolute proof that this school will be preserved.
That we're approving due to the fact that they're able to save this school with this project holistically
Mhm.
under those conditions.
Otherwise, it's a whole different project.
Beyonce would be
I
missing.
agree with that. I like that.
Okay, so it sounds like, well, who's the brave soul that would like to put a motion forward? And we will help you because we have a lot of standards to support. Ready? Brett, you're smiling.
I'm saying not it.
I'll
Okay,
jump in.
Commissioner Barnes.
I don't know that I was passionate as much as some other commissioners. But anyway. I may need some help from our attorneys or our attorney rather, to formulate this, but I would like to make a two-step motion. Two-part motion.
I guess let's talk it out and see
Okay.
how it goes.
Let me work through it and you stop me if I'm misstepping here. I would like to make a motion to approve the following aspects of this project. Go through my standards here. As these aspects are not incongruous with our guidelines and districts. I would like to approve the site plan and building massing as it relates to context 7.2 and 3.
6.
Setback 7.
Let's get the residential ones in there too, Commissioner Barth.
Okay.
Context is 6.
6.2, excuse me. 6.2. 3. Setback 6.5. Spacing 6.6. Orientation 6.7. Massing and complexity of form 6.8. Height and width 6.9 as it corresponds with the two examples provided within the 360 degree, view. Scale 610 and directional expression 611. Are we going to throw in foundations or do we hold off?
I would. I think that has to relate directly to what we're approving. I mean, we can't go back later and be like, oh, you have to change the foundation.
But they can still maintain the height while providing, a plinth. That's up to them to decide how it all gets put together inside that volume, Does that make sense?
Do we even
Yeah,
have that
I guess.
information?
Yeah, it's on all of the elevations. So I'll leave that up to you.
That's what I said earlier, and that and roof forms and.
It doesn't affect the footprint or the massing or things. I think it.
I don't think it affects them from a zoning perspective, is my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where I stop.
Okay.
And, I'd like to include the same for this section 7 as well.
What
the
about
standards?
roof forms? Not materials, but roof forms. Isn't that our angles,
fine
our
with
gables,
it
our
on the
sheds?
the townhome buildings. And I'm fine with it on the I'm fine with it on the one.
Would it be the same as the foundations, like they, for example, the Gateway building? If we, sorry, I'm exhausted. My brain is shutting down. The volume, wouldn't they be able to change that and still keep a max height? Doesn't it give us a little more flexibility and allow us to review the application in a little more detail?
Yeah.
If we don't
Yes,
lock
I
ourselves
agree.
in?
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
And that would give them the opportunity to help with some of these things that we were maybe struggling with and come back and present that. So, anyway. That's where I stand for my first.
So just to clarify, the standards that you've cited, 6.1 through 6.10 for residential, those are to remain.
Yes, and 7, I guess we need to reference 7 as well because we have
Yes. If you're looking at approving the site plan in its
Yes.
entirety, it would have to include standards for both the residential and the commercial
Exactly.
pieces.
And I would like to reference 7, might as well include the preamble, 7.1 through
710.
7.10.
7, 8 at least.
And I would like to add that in addition to this motion that we are making this partial approval due to the fact that the applicant is contingent on,
Just say under duress.
I would not advise that.
We're making this recommendation contingent on the restoration and rehabilitation of the historic school property.
I'd like to second that.
Oh, okay. The motion's been made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
No.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve the site plan with conditions passes 8-1.
And I'd like to make a second motion. Oh, thank you. Second motion this would have to be a denial.
It is up to the commission. What is your intention?
I was gonna say basically 6:10 through the end of each chapter. 6:10 through, we haven't reviewed for material, windows, porch and railing details, all that stuff. Materiality.
So a potential motion for, it sounds like you're intending to make a motion to deny the rest of the application. Is that correct?
I think we would have to deny because we have to either approve or deny.
That is correct. I just wanted to make sure that.
Correct,
I just
yeah.
wanted to make sure that that is your intention.
That is, yes.
Okay. Then you would potentially just make a motion, and you could craft it including the standards, but it can be as simple as you would move to deny all other aspects of the application that were not approved in the first motion.
Okay. As simple as that, or do I need to reference standards?
You would reference your standards, but just to make sure that you are encompassing everything that you did not approve in your first motion, if that is truly your intention, unless you're trying to do a third motion.
That's truly my intention.
And
All
would
right,
you
so-
be denying the townhomes and the Gateway building?
For both, yeah. I
For
think we need
both.
additional. I think we need additional information. I mean, I look at this sort of like we would like an incomplete uh application. Not enough information. I don't have enough information to review that.
Direction we are looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, with the subtext of looking good, keep rolling. All right, so second part of my motion, moving on. Would like to deny this application as we would like additional information, or I guess I can't really request stuff, can I? Deny this application based on the following standards: 612 foundations, 613 roof form and materials, 614 cornices and trim, 615 doors and windows, 617 porches, 618 materials. Do we have any additions? I don't think so.
No.
And going to chapter 7, 711 through the storefronts too, through 716.
Second.
Before you move forward, I just want to make sure that staff is comfortable with this motion as stated, as they plan to move forward with both the partial approval and the denial letter. So if you grant me just 1 minute to touch base with them, just to make sure.
Let the record show that Commissioner Bell left the meeting.
Stop the drool.
Can I ask a question? A technical question?
This is one of those cases.
So it's still an application, you can't come back to. Yeah.
Good one for them. Good what they went through. I mean, they gotta be looking at this like, what the hell? It's different. It's different.
What word?
And board members, just to provide a brief update, if you give us just one more minute, Candace stepped out to call the program manager, Christy Harps, who's watching over online, just to ensure that this second motion, as stated, is compatible with your first motion and that staff is also able afterwards to explain to the applicant what has occurred, both verbally as well as in drafting both letters. And it sounds like the commission might want to take just a quick break while staff figures that out. Okay.
You're so like, I gotta go to that.
Welcome back to case 424 to 428 West Boulevard. These were soon.
I would like to restate my second motion in another way. I would like to make a motion to deny the rest of the application as it pertains to both the townhomes and Gateway building concerning the following aspects as covered by the following standards: 6.12 through 6.18, as well as 7.11 through 7.16. Anything not explicitly approved by the first motion is hereby denied.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barr. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion?
That's just cleaning up what we spoke about earlier on the first.
Yes.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 9-0. All right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I know. No, wait a minute. Thank you so much.
For the commission, really quickly before we move on from this case, we went back and heard the recording and it was not clear in your first motion that you included 6.4 and 6.11 in your first approval. If you could go ahead and do just a quick motion to say, we approve, as part of our first motion, we approve standard 6.4, 6.11.
And 7-11.
Oh, just add
And
to it,
set, just add to.
like an amendment, sort of?
It wouldn't be an amendment because it's already voted on. So the way that you would craft it, it would say, with regard to our first motion, we would approve 6.4, 6.11, and 7.11.
7-11 was part of the denial motion.
7.11 was explicitly part of the denial motion. Okay, so it would only be 6.4 and 6.11.
Or 6-11.
She said. Yeah. We're starting to hear things now.
6.4, 6.11, correct?
Yes. Yeah, with regards to the first motion, approve 6.4, with approve standard 6.4, 6.11.
Would like to state, as part of this, my first motion on this case, I am including standards 6.4 and 6.11 in my first motion for approval.
Right? Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
No.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
She was first.
Yes.
Thank you. Vote to approve passes 8-1.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Is the commission ready for case 10?
Yes, we're ready.
Let's get it. Come on.
See how fast
You
we
wanna
can
do it?
address.
You want to do it? Okay.
I have been sworn in. My name is Brandon Swiderski, Swiderski. I am at 129 North Poplar Street, and I will make this as concise and efficient as possible. I know I can be loquacious, so. Yep, got you.
Okay. The next agenda item is 129 North Poplar. And the application was continued for the items listed in the staff memo. And Brandon, if you would like to tell me what,
Sure, we can just go through the PDF I sent, the revised PDF. A hard time getting it on the website, so I hope it actually made through. It said it did. My building looks way cooler than this isn't it?
right, okay.
There we go. Starting there where the photos of the building, you can go down to the next one. This isn't necessarily an order of the docket of which we continued this, but I just kind of did it with what was most efficient. One of which was sizing of everything. I reviewed the standards and I put it about as to the max as you can for these. So the sign on the one that faces Trade Street, that faces the parking lot is now practically exactly 8 square feet. The sign on the back reaches about 6 square feet. Just reduce those to where they're much more reasonable and take up less of the facade. Pretty straightforward there. I included on the next slide some views of the building. We talked a lot about like why this is important to us to be able to beacon our business, a lot of which being like until you're about 15 feet up on the sign that's in the yard, you don't know that this is a business. So I included some context of the streets nearby. One being a large parking lot that kind of like, unless you're parking in that lot, you have no reason to get close to the building. So walking on Trade Street or somebody going home or driving by, you see 2 different views, one from the inside the actual parking lot and then one from Trade Street where you can see honestly quite perfectly exactly where we want to put the sign. Pretty, self-explanatory why we want it there. And the other 5th Street view on the back of the building where the more horizontal sign would sit. That one we kind of already agreed that having that one-way street kind of limits being able to see the yard sign in general. So just some perspective of where that sign would be right above where people park our cars in the mornings. And you can see it as approaching, especially because that entrance is one of the entrances to our parking lot. There is a photo that was in the last demonstration of the old sign. I did, as far as the ghost sign is concerned, I couldn't have any conclusive evidence to prove to you that it's historic. I'd be willing to bet that it's not, but it does kind of play into some of the stuff that I did a lot of research. I can be really long-winded with all this. I'm going to sum it all up with, there's a lot of evidence of this being applied. There's a lot of documentation on it not being corrosive or harmful. I've talked to so many different people, and really the only scenario, which one of them is listed in there, is if it's on painted brick, that there's a good chance that it would peel painted brick from the existing masonry. But otherwise, I'm sure all of you have read through this. I'm happy to go through each point, but essentially anything that could be caused from it being on there could be pressure washed off. I've been assured by many different manufacturers, including the company 3M that, makes this product that we'll be using. Multiple different people that would apply it. I've even consulted people that aren't even in this state just to kind of see what other larger companies do with stuff like this. And everybody assured me the same thing, that this is the best thing that you can use. There is a shelf life, which we discussed. I think the specific product, there's so many different variations, but the specific product that we were looking at, which is for textured surfaces, is 7 years. So as far as the maintenance of that, we would do everything as cautious and carefully as we could to remove it, just as demonstrated in one of the videos. Pressure wash it, clean it, reapply it just as it needs to be. So there's no damage or adhesive or anything of those sorts. There's a couple of slides of just examples of just that. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look through some of the videos. It's mostly that heat sealing applying. There is one of the videos that it shows them peeling it right back off the wall. Of course, that's not 7 years from now, but I was unable to find any specific videos of something 7 years later, but got a lot of assurance from a lot of different people. And then I had some points. We looked a lot at the standards. We looked a lot at how, I mean, you guys, everybody seems very encouraged and open to the idea. So I did my best at finding reasons why this should be doable. So if you want to go down maybe 2 slides. As far as the masonry and the ghost sign, I mentioned that I couldn't find anything, but there was that existing, I believe it was like a masonite sign that was there, bolted into the brick, and that was there. I mean, I know for a fact that it was there for at least 10 years. I would guess more because I would assume the business that had put that up there prior to us, if that was the first business to do it, was there for 5. So I'm gonna guess 15 years at the minimum. And I mean, you can see in the photos, there's no, other than the holes, unfortunately, where they bolted it into the brick, there hasn't been any damage, discoloration. You don't see any like remnants of a rectangle sign from before. And this would do the same thing. It's a breathable product. I've mentioned that a lot in a lot of the details. The interior standards, one of the points that I read was that nothing should be done to misrepresent its original purpose. This building has been a commercial property since the 40s, I believe. Yeah, 46. There's evidence of that throughout the building. There's placards on every door to show what door it is, what room it is. There's the Lydecker insignia above one of the doors of the interior doors. There's a lot of documentation I was able to find online, including some of the historic website and everything about this business. So I don't find it uncommon to have a sign. So I think it'd be one thing if this was a house until 5 years ago and now we want to make a sign, but this has been a business for, 80 years or so. So in terms of that, I think it's reasonable to want to put signage on the building. Maintenance, I had mentioned. Murals, this is the fun one. I know I'm gonna get a little pushback on this, but I'm going to state that in some of the standards for murals, it seems like there's a really open possibility to the different materials used. I know that a logo, a phone number, a website, all of that does not constitute as a mural, but my point is it seems that like in these bending terms that we use and with wanting to find solutions, it seems that if I were requesting a mural, the material would at least be up for, consideration. Using a different material that's not often used in these circumstances would be up for consideration. So if generally just putting a logo on the image is what is the hang up, I think that isn't really what we've been discussing this whole time. It's really just been about using this specific product. And I'm hoping that's what I was hearing from last time. Everybody seemed really intrigued by it. It's just really using a different material that wouldn't normally be there in this circumstance. And it's not much to look at or touch or anything, but if anybody cares to see, I have an example of the actual product. It peels off of the back, they heat seal it. You're welcome to look at it if you want. It's not much, but I tried my best. I had them, overnight me some samples of it. So, and I think that's really it. I just really hope that you guys consider this. I'm doing my best to, do something classy, make my business recognizable, make it reasonable to know that it's a business, and kind of stick to what we've talked about this whole time. So that's what I have to say. And thank you again for hearing me.
I don't believe we have any callers on the line for this application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I have one. There was a sign in the front. What are you proposing to do, like a post sign? What are you proposing to do with that?
The existing black sign that's in the front, I was hoping to keep that. That was one that was for sure allowed. I suppose if that needs to be negotiable, we can discuss it, but my major issue with that sign is until you're within striking distance of that sign, it's kind of pointless as a sign, unfortunately. I would like to keep that. I mean, the larger signs on the building are more for further away traffic to denote that it is a business.
So our standards speak to buildings that are on corner lots. There are some additional provisions for, speaking to those two frontages, but it only allows for one sign per frontage. So I think,
Yeah, and last time we actually discussed that a lot of that was for, East Boulevard, I believe, that there wasn't a lot of visibility of the sides of these buildings. So like that front sign would be for the one part of the building facing there. So I think we talked about that a lot last, and it seemed that everybody was pretty open to the fact that there could be other facades that would have some signage on it. I thought we addressed that, to be honest.
Yeah, just to help out a little bit here, what we did discuss is, I think a lot of folks weren't clear that Fifth Street was a one-way street. And that perhaps is a special circumstance of why an additional sign could be, a case could be made for an additional sign.
Absolutely. I think we also discussed that because it sits in practically a parking lot desert and there wasn't any other buildings on that side, that was a circumstance as well, from my understanding.
Yep, we were treating the three facades, the front with the sign already, the back, which is how you go in, and then the side, which is facing the parking lot, as free road frontages.
That was my understanding as well.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I actually have a quick question for Candace as our brick expert. Do you have any concerns with this product on the brick?
I have reached out to other professionals in preservation, and nobody is seeing this in the preservation world right now. And so we don't know what the long-term effects on historic material is after, an extensive period of time baking in the sun, how this material will affect the actual brick itself. So that is our main concern right now, is what the long-term effects on historic material will be.
And that's what Brandon said, right? Because you did say that you couldn't find any evidence of removal after a period of time.
I just couldn't find a video of it. I have a lot of audible and written documentation.
Sure,
of
but
it
we
from it,
requested a video or.
and I wasn't able to. And I guess that side of it's not as pretty, so they're not necessarily documenting that when they're taking that down. They want to show you what it looks like and sell it that way. So, yeah.
How old is the technology, though? I mean, it's fairly new, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
And
that's the challenge.
that's part of the challenge of finding it is, I mean, especially because we're hyper fixating on a historic building. So, I mean, I can tell you the Hawthorne's Pizza in Concord has an entire wall of it, but I couldn't verify whether it's a historic building or not. It very likely could be, since it's in downtown Concord. Maybe that's something to look into, but I can tell you that there's a giant mural of the same sort there. So, and it's not painted.
How long has it been there, Brandon?
I couldn't verify that. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that Hawthorne's Pizza is relatively new. I would guess in the last few years since the pandemic, but I mean, I don't live down there, so I don't.
That becomes the challenge. It's one thing to practice on a new building.
Yeah.
It's another to practice on our historic ones.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I have done everything to my ability and made many phone calls, including other countries, to do so. I just think because it's a newer technology, specifically finding video evidence of it is pretty tough.
Let me ask you a question, Brandon. What is would you be open to attaching this vinyl or this product to a canvas or something that attaches itself to the building?
Absolutely. I'm open to any other mediums. My concern when we initially brought this up was one thing was already affixed to the building. As many of you know, we get a lot of wild storms down here. The last thing I want to do is rip something back out of the building. So if there's some kind of medium between that's safer, I'm definitely open to that. I didn't want to bolt something else back into it or hang something from anything. Of course, that's an option. I wouldn't want there to be further damage that I would consider to be probably more significant if there's any fastening hardware.
Okay.
But absolutely open to that.
So I think what my concern about that would be is that we know how to fix a hole in the wall with historic materials and techniques. What we don't know is how to fix the long-term effects of whatever this product is and what those issues might be. And if it did, like, let's just say, rip off the face of the brick, there's no fixing that.
Right.
So not to say that would happen. I'm just saying, like, we don't know what the effects would be. The bolting it into the wall, into a mortar joint, we can fix a mortar joint.
And as Krista mentioned, Candace is our resident brick mason or expert. So I appreciate hearing that from you. And that's why I kind of wanted to understand if you were open to it, because perhaps that could be a path forward since we don't have any visual evidence of after the product has cured, because I did watch the videos.
Yeah.
After it's cured, over a period of time, what does removal look like? We just don't know, and we would be remiss and not doing our duty in preserving historic structures if we just say, it looks cool, yeah. Do it.
Absolutely. I mean,
we couldn't do that.
In all honesty, I'd prefer to put a piece of masonite or whatever is up there. I was, I guess, preemptively being creative to, try to have a fix. I get that the lack of evidence is what's hanging us up. Because if all of us knew in 7 years it'd be totally fine, I don't think this would have taken this long and we could have done it. So I could do that exact design, dimensions and everything on a piece of masonite and bolt it to it, and I'd walk out of here happy today. I just want signs up there. And to put it simply, when I walked in here the first time, I went, I just want some stickers on the building. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. I didn't expect 45 minutes of thoughtful consideration. I just thought it would be stickers. So absolutely, if I would move forward with, I wouldn't change my designs at all if it were something with a topography to it, an inch piece of, or a half-inch piece of masonite or something, whatever it may be. So yes, is my short answer to that. I said I could be loquacious, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker? Oh, I thought you had a question. I'm sorry. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Any concerns with the size? Oh, that's for deliberation. I'm sorry. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. Any concerns with the size of the signs?
Is this considered a residential zone or urban district zone?
It's Fourth Ward, I would call it urban.
Okay. So 1.5, let's see.
8.2, number 2. Should speak to it, I think. Signs attached to buildings. If a sign has a projection of 6 inches or less, it may be up to 8 square feet in area. If the projection exceeds 6 inches, the sign may be no more than 6 square feet in area.
So this complies.
So is
So this complies.
the third sign going to be a problem with the one that's already there?
When you drive by the elevations that he's talking about, I mean, look at it as a corner lot. It is a corner lot, but also it just so happens that on the left elevation, there's this wide open parking lot. So it is also, it's not a street, but it's considered, I would consider that street frontage.
My problem is how come number 5 under urban districts, 8.2 does not apply? On the secondary frontage, only one sign will be allowed, and that sign shall not exceed 1.5 square feet. or 3 feet in height.
It says one sign per street frontage.
Yeah, I think that's why we got to waive. That's how we were able to keep the one on, what is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
There's Fifth Poplar, I believe.
But don't the secondary signs have to be 1.5 square feet?
I'm having a hard time doing that math. How can it be 3 feet? And it's also allowed to be 3 feet, but it can't be more than 1.5 square feet.
Or, yeah, it's.
My math in my head.
We don't
doesn't
have
make-
to do math this late in the day. It's number 2, signs attached to buildings. If we read that, then this speaks to that.
I think overall, as we've proved in the last, have there been 2 times that we've seen this? Maybe just one. One. I think we've really hashed out already the special circumstances of this lot, of the building, all of it, just everything about it. So I think I'm personally completely fine with
Me too.
the signage, the number of signs, the
With the
size
size
of the
and all,
signs.
yeah.
And I'm fine if we, approve it and do an alternate.
Well, we do have a brick expert on staff, and I think that we're not comfortable with the material that's being presented because it doesn't have any history. And
Agree.
I would suggest that we ask staff to work with the applicant and move forward with the signs, given the dimensions that we approve.
So no stickers on the buildings, but he can have signs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like we're proving that we approve the sign, the size,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
locations, the number.
Work with staff how to affix it to the building.
That sounds like a motion, Commissioner Lineberger.
Oh, yeah, I think that was. I think that was. Okay. I make a motion to approve this application for, let's see. For the design standards for signs, Appendix A, pages A1, A.1 to A.2.
8.2, number 2 speaks directly to it if you want to look at that one.
A.2, number 2.
Mhm.
And that for the number of signs, the size of the signs and the locations, that they will be, we're making an exception to the sign, ordinance, make an exception to the sign standards and regulations due to the special circumstances of this building and its use and location. And that the type of sign and the way it is affixed to the building would be approved by staff.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Discussion on the motion? Do we want to mention what the special circumstance is at all? The one-way street, or is it?
Well, I
enough
think
to say-
I said location, type of building or building type location, which I think that's what I was speaking to was this location. So.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were talking about the location of the sign, but okay.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with Chairperson Hawkins that it doesn't hurt to be more specific.
Okay.
So each side is treated as a different street frontage based on its location, I think is a tweak that we should make.
Was that just a friendly amendment?
Please, yes.
I accept that.
Thank you. And I'll second that.
You accept your own amendment?
I accept my own.
Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you
Thank
guys staying
you.
late.
Thank you for your patience.
Now we can all go get dinner since my fiance's in bed and I'm not eating dinner with her. so-
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins, you'll need to close out the meeting. Commissioner Hawkins, you'll need to close out the meeting.
All right, this, that's not the right one either. Oh. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 7:49 PM. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Not gonna get my turn.